Then finally, you've got budgeting. That was where we closed last night. That budgeting is an absolute must that you must do. And I hope that everybody, and that's why we're going to start this morning. It's with a practical session on budgeting is what we start today, but that's what we finished yesterday as well. Budgeting is a must. So this is how this morning looks like, or this morning leading into the afternoon. We'll start in a few minutes with our case study. Number one, I'll introduce the case study momentarily. And then I'll take my first main session for today, which is where we'll look at a couple of things that we can do to start generating income. And that's income that is generating itself. What is happening to your screen? Okay, sorry for that. So, what we mean there in that session 3, by self-generating income is, like I was talking about yesterday, things that work by themselves, that you don't have to then wake up and spend the whole day chasing them. That's what I'm talking about there. And then we'll go after a break and go and look at another case study. That second case study would be a real-life real estate kind of search is what we'll do in case study 2. And then we'll finish in the afternoon with just a brief one on taxes. Then I'll spend quite some time on planning retirement, so that's what our journey today looks like. And since we're going to be together for quite a long time, you have to be nice to each other today. So let me look at your neighbor and say, be nice to me today. Yes, and I would also try to be nice to everybody, because we're stuck in this place together. Very good. So let's start with case study 1. I'll introduce it in a minute, and we'll end up with 2 groups looking at the case studies on different sides. It doesn't mean where you're sitting now is automatically the group, but you'll see what it looks like. So this is our case study today. We're looking at budgeting for financial stability. That's one of the things we did yesterday. So what we're doing today is we'll break into 2 groups, one on this side, one on that side, and you'll choose by yourself. Unless we see that everybody goes to one group, we might have to. But I want to see if you can make it organic. Everybody just choose which group you go into, and we're going to be looking at the 2 budgets that we looked at last night. So in group 1, will be a budget for a family where the income, the taxing is done on a pay-as-you-earn basis. So they would be on that side. And then there will be the other budget for this man. Is a little bit older and is a businessman, and the wife is on a payee. We saw that second budget yesterday. Will be on this side. And so already decide in your mind which one do I want to take part in, because you can only be part of one group. So couple of questions. You'll get into your group. You will look at that budget again in the groups that you are. And then you will ask the question, is this budget fit for purpose for this family to be able to reach financial stability on their way to financial freedom, the way it is right now? If the answer is yes, then you don't have to do anything. If the answer is no, then we'll look at it together and ask ourselves in the group, what would you change on that budget? We'll have the flip boards. You can iterate, you can remove this, remove that, write on the board, do all that. Do we have the screens and all that for each of the groups as well? Okay. So you would also have, you'll have TV stands with a computer on which, and you'll have the Excel sheets on the laptops that you have in the groups as well. And together in that group, and I really want it to be such that everybody contributes. So if somebody says, take that line out, somebody says, no, I don't agree, that line is important, it should be there, okay, reduce it. At the end of the day, the group will come back and present the budget that you've agreed, this is what the budget of this family should look like. You'll make it clear to us what you have removed, what you have added, what you have reduced, or whatever. Then on the sheets that you get, there are a few questions that are already put there that, in addition to your discussions in the group, that I want you to think about those questions. For example, with the family that have at the moment 2 bedrooms and they have 2 children, I'm asking the question, it may be their decision or their desire to have a 3rd child, where there is nothing wrong with that, but you will then be asking the question, will they be in a place where they say, for financial reasons, we can't have a 3rd child, because where is that child going to be? So how does that play into all of this? I also asked the question, do they have to at some point buy a car? Does that fit into this? So we'll try as much as possible to make it as practical as like that. And then at the end, you'll choose somebody from your group who would report back to us. You'll have 5 minutes at the end to report back to us, and then we can question you also on what you have come up with. Is that clear to us all? All right, thank you. So we will have 15 minutes to do this in the groups, and it will go very quickly, so please manage the time. I'll ask payee to be on this side, and the other one, the businessman budget, to be on this side. So choose which side you want to go very quickly. Each group will have somebody who is coordinating. You can take your seat with you and form something that is. Don't make it round, because everybody needs to face the TV somewhere. So I'll say, be facing this side. Everyone, you're facing that side, they're facing that side. And those of you upstairs, please stop whatever, come down, join a group. We don't need you right now. Just come down and join a group. So business is here and payee is there. As much as possible, please don't stay on the second row. Be right in front so that you're really involved in it. But why do you have that on right now? That should not be there. That is the you don't need that. So that's case 32. You are just looking at the budget. That's all. Just close that completely. It doesn't need download. It's an Excel sheet. Yeah, you people should talk your own louder. Okay, let's start wrapping it up. Please start wrapping it up. Let's start wrapping it up. Okay, it's time to wrap it up. And you just bring your TV and the laptop together to the front like that. Please start wrapping it up. And then you, please start wrapping it up. Wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it up. Don't answer any questions anymore. Your time is up. Let's come. We have, if you don't keep to time, we have a long day. Please come forward, please. Bring it forward. No need to disconnect it. Just bring it all together like that with your TV so that you can present to us. Okay. Bring it. Yeah. So we start with that group, bringing their outcome, your group, bringing their outcome to us. So we can see where they started and where they ended and their discussions. And the ability to manage 15 minutes is also part of budgeting. So, exactly. So, if you spent the first 15 minutes beating yourselves and arguing, if you start to still be waiting like this as well. Okay, so you'll have like 7 minutes or so. Talk us through your process. And then, okay, maybe, yeah, let's move it back a little bit. And then we can question also what they've come up with. Very good.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Association of Business Owners. So we are presenting a refinement to our budget. So initially, I just want to, this particular person in our
So question to you there, are they going to move to a smaller Wohnung to be able to reduce that rent?
Okay, so we will be maintaining the same number of rooms, but we'll be moving from a high-cost location to somewhere cheaper. So that's the idea behind that. Did I
Yeah.
answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a question. Is it realistic?
We believe it's realistic. So, for example, the person might be staying in, say, Friedrichshain, for example, so we can move to Spandau or somewhere, right? So we feel it's realistic. Yeah, the minor person. So we are reducing that from 700 to 600, so they are saving 100 euros. For the car loan, we believe for now we need to sell off the car. Yes. And so we are totally removing that. That's a zero.
So is he going to go buy another car? That
For now, no.
For a businessman to sell a car.
So the goal is to get stability first, right? So we believe we can, I mean, within 6 months to 8 months, we should be able to stay afloat and get some cash before we can get a car. For the car, for the loan too, we don't really have enough details about it, so it's going to stay. For the housekeeping, since it's a small house and everybody has to stay uptight, so everybody has to reduce cost and no African shop, if I yeah. So that was one thing that we said. So no Afro shop, no expensive food buying. We are cooking all free. What's it? One house. All right, so we are just replacing those expensive things we buy, those high-end products to pretty cheaper things. Strong stays the same. Freshness stays the same. Mobile funk stays the same. Facatin, that's like the transport thing, stays the same. For us, since we don't
Wait a minute. Fakate is selling one car, so he should get a Fakate.
yeah, but now they need two. Now they need two of those because that's a Monat card at 70 euro for one person. If you sell the car, forget the children. If you sell the car, now you need a second far card.
Okay, but let me tell you, in this case, the person in question is working from home. So
He would try the business.
Meanwhile, this is family of four.
all right.
If there are four
So
people,
for now, let's just asterisk that. It's 70, right? So 140. Okay.
It has to be realistic. It has to be realistic.
No, we still have enough money. Don't worry. Yeah, we still have enough money.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 4 is off because we don't have any car. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, yes. Okay, that's the still the tax stays the same. So for the adults in the family, that's the wife and the husband. They have to scrap clothing for wife because they have enough clothes. Sorry, what else? All right, so for the children.
Okay, let's allow them finish, please.
Hello, though you have time. Thank you. For the children, we feel we can reduce the cost a bit, go to cheaper stores. So that's 150 to 100, so 750 euros. For our parents at the abroad, we need to explain to them, and we have to reduce that. 200 is a whole lot for the parents every month. No, later. You ask it. No, you ask. Thank you. For the family, your sisters, they just need to hold on till we are stable. Also, association, we can speak to the association president to just chill. Subscription, yeah, we can cut off some of those, duplicate things. So that's saving 30. Family outings for now, let's just eat at home and relax. So we are aiming to save, without the savings and contingency, Between this and this? Okay, okay. Yeah, so we're able to cut off a lot of costs, and that's like really good. And we have extra 29 euros to maybe, okay, 30 euros to maybe invest in.
I don't agree with that. It's not
But
very
still, the money is not complete.
I don't agree.
All right, so
I don't agree with it.
No, if you go
Okay, so let me do the questioning for us. Please wait. We don't have a lot of time. Let me just one thing you will see that it takes this kind of rigorous thing to change anything. And even in what you've changed, there are parts of it that you question: is it realistic or not? So first of all, the Wohnung at 1250 for a 4-round Wohnung. Remember that when you change, if you're going to look for a new place, then you're likely going to now pay even higher. So moving to a different place, you might even end up paying higher than what you're paying on an existing. So unless the point I try to make there is, if you are really willing to change something, you have to strain yourself. So you might have to remove a room. Unless you're really ready to make that kind of serious thing, you don't really move the needle at all. Where else did you change something? Housekeeping, I think that's really doable. As people, we can't buy this, we can't buy that. It's as simple as that. Just eat potato, you know. I think that's actually that's really doable. On the car, the truth about the car is, I think I agree with you guys. Something has to give on that car. This guy can't afford that kind of car payment, but it depends on where he is on that car payment. Like I was showing us yesterday, it might be at a place where even if he sells it, he will still have some car payment to make because what he sells it for cannot pay off the loan. So to take it from what it was to zero might really not be realistic. It might still have to do something there. But the key thing you see here is it's tough to do this. But if he doesn't sit down and do this budget, he just keeps rolling it over every month, never really does anything about it. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Okay, start setting up yourselves. Let's take the question quickly. Yeah. It's not that it's possible, it is what it is. So the way it works is if both of you are working, both man and wife are working, then both of you are independently liable to your insurance. So if you were both payee, it will be removed from your pay separately. If one person is now somebody who does an aberration, who does a tax return, then you will, because you are working, you cannot be under your children can be under your wife as familiar, but you have to pay your insurance. And the moment your income is above 4,700 euros a month, you are at the highest level, which at the moment is 1,015 euros. As a business person? Yes.
And also the age involved.
So you will, if you earn that kind of income, you cannot get your insurance under. Okay, one thing I didn't say yesterday I need to add to it is you have one option to do it. You can say, okay, I'm no longer doing the gesetzliche Versicherung. I want to go privat. That you can do, and you will reduce that cost. But instead of 1,000, comes to 200. You can never come back. So you think about it very, very well before you make that kind of step. No, please, let's go on because of time.
Okay, hello everyone. From the payee budget, I need to be here, okay. From the payee budget association, we sat down together and then came up with this. So there are some important things to note before we start. The cumulative income of this family is 4,000, and what we learned yesterday is your expenses must not be more than or even equal to it, else you're on track for assured poverty. Another important thing to note is after the budget, there's a bottom line of zero because ideally you should not have any money flying around that you don't budget. That's how people don't know what to do with money and they just spend it anyhow. So let's start from the first part. Okay, tithe, of course, we keep that. Offering also, we keep that. Now, the count meter and meter enabling costing, both of them together right now is like, together with that, that's 1,750. And if you think about it, 1,750 out of 4,000 doesn't seem reasonable. So we were discussing maybe these people are trying to maintain status or something like that, and they just need to be realistic about the resources that they have. So the idea was for them to go down to 1,000, both the nibbing costing and the count meter.
So they will get a meter for like 600.
That's right.
A 3-room Wohnung in Berlin.
It doesn't have to.
Okay.
So that's, yeah, exactly. So that's one thing. One of the things that we explored is it does not. Hello, everyone. So one of the things that we explored is that they don't have to be within Berlin, because houses are more expensive, rent is more expensive at the center of Berlin or close to the center. But then if you move to the extreme of Berlin or a little bit outer,
the most extreme will be go to Marzahn. And even in Marzahn, you can't get this.
Pastor, I'm not saying.
Yes.
Thank you for contributing. Okay, so now that we have that settled that this is realistic, let's go on. Savings and investments, will come back to this. Housekeeping, I think, yes, they can start to eat some potatoes and reduce this to 500. The Strom, we're maintaining that. The FirstNet, the Wi-Fi, the mobile phone, we're maintaining that. Now, this far cutting, ideally, card fee is 49 euros. So how is it 140 for them in the first place? Say that again. Oh, it is? Okay, nice. My dear community members. All right, pardon us on this. We can move 40 euros around somewhere and fix this. Kita is 40, of course, we keep that. TV tax, we keep that. Now, the clothing wife, the wife's clothing and the including wife, the wife's clothing and the husband's clothing, we can also move around, and mainly because ideally, as a normal person, maybe, I don't know, maybe normal is not the word, you shouldn't be just buying clothes every month, and then at the end of the year, you have 12 clothes that you've bought. Why? So, yeah, that's your decision. But I said ideally, so you can decide to go out of the scope of ideal. So, so you're supposed to be saving. What we are thinking is that you're supposed to be saving towards what you want to buy. For example, I want to buy a sneakers. It costs 100 euros, right? If I know how much I'm saving per month, I know when I'm able to afford the sneakers, because that also helps us to sort of like curb impulse purchase. Parents, yes, we keep it. Families, they will be all right. They will be fine. Old School Association, awesome. All right, subscriptions, we're maintaining that because we don't have enough visibility into what the subscription entails. Could be anything, right? So, family outings. Now, this was added. Okay, now this was added because, like Pastor said, if they come to you every time and you say no, maybe at the end of the year you look like a bad father. Daddy, we should. No, yeah, exactly. Emotional blackmail comes in and all of that. Daddy doesn't allow us to go out at all. So you also want to keep this every month. It can be reduced. Good idea, because we have 140 euro that we want to offset somewhere, so we can reduce it and put it in. Family of 5. If you think about it, on a rethink, and from one of my community members, a family of 5, maybe we cannot reduce it. And then 3 kids and the wife and the husband.
No, this is 2 kids.
No, scroll up. Oh, 2 kids. I guess I'm already thinking maybe what if they want to give birth to another. Now we'll come to those questions. Now scroll up, sir. So at the end of all of that, we see that we have, now that we're talking about that 40
we have 40 that we have to move around, but that can happen anywhere. But the point is that we have 0, so we don't have any money flying around. Now, let's go to the questions. Now, as kids grow, that's when I'm going to come back to savings and investment. As kids grow, they need more rooms, right? One more child, personal needs, and then what about the car? Important thing is you want to start to invest, and also as a family, even you're earning 4,000 cumulatively, you also need to start to consider where do we save, where do we invest, or what percentage of our income do we save or invest. And if you see the calculations here, now this investments now answer these questions of what about a car, right? So this is saving towards a target, right? And saying, okay, we need a car. What kind of car can we get? If it's a car where we can pay 270 euros per month, that sounds reasonable. It reduces maybe factoring or anything like that. Of course, the money also converts into fuel and all of.
So basically, everybody in that group, from yesterday.
Ooh.
Because remember what we said yesterday, Baustein number 3 is no debt before you start doing investments. So as long as that debt in loan repayment is there, rather than do that, whatever is leading to that debt, go take that out before you start doing any investment or anything.
Pastor, thank you for the...
So you people just failed the exam from yesterday.
Pastor, we're allowed, it's like a feedback. We can work on the feedback.
On this front, yes, no debt, but again, the family is doing excellently well because whatever it is that they have, they are actually saving in total almost 29%, and so they can knock off any debt. They can decide to knock off the debt. They can decide to see whether the debt is reasonable enough to continue having it. But based on yesterday, you said no debt. But they still have quite a lot because the calculation is out of their 4,000, they have about 1,100 that they have actually saved, which is actually good for this family per month. So they can still knock off any of those debts.
And they now have contingencies also.
They do. They do. So contingencies will is like a target that they will have contingencies up to a point, and that contingency will now feed into savings or investment. The current savings it's like a target savings is to buy a car, and then after they have gotten the car, that saving will now feed into something else, maybe like an investment.
You people failed. If you
can I add
so
one thing?
let's finish it there.
Okay.
If you have any debt, remember that debt means that you are paying somebody an interest rate. Now you are saving money at 0.2% interest that the bank puts on it, and you are paying the same bank 9% interest on what you owe them. Paid off. Then you can start saving towards whatever. You are not in a place to start saving towards anything when you are carrying debt, or you are paying a bank an enormous amount of interest rate.
Can I add one point, sir? Okay. So if we can all agree that a lot of changes is already happening in the finance of this family. Now, one thing I want to push is that all the changes will not happen instantly. That's one thing. So I propose that when all of these changes happen, they can take some months to actually see how they do here, and then come back to the budget and try to move some budget to add to the debt repayment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's appreciate that. One thing we can say is that there's actually no right or wrong answer when it comes to these things. But hopefully all of us can see that if you don't, let's try to keep in one house, please. If you don't, one house, please, gentlemen. If you don't work on it, it just keeps rolling over. These things keep following you. And the only thing I'll say about all of what we've done is when you start doing this, make sure they're realistic. So before you, it's easy for us in this paper exercise, make sure there is somewhere within a 2-hour train journey to your job where you can find a 4-room volume for 1,000 euros. Make sure that that really exists somewhere. And then if it exists, then you are ready to also push yourself reduce the size, reduce the area. I like the ideas that came up of if you are living in Zellendorf and you have that kind of budget, you don't qualify to live in Zellendorf. Come to us in Marsdorf. That's good ideas of what to deal with. All right, thank you. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. Appreciate that. Okay. I do hope that we all took something away from that. And what I will ask you to do, everybody, is just sit down and look at your own. So that was just a typical take down, go back home, sit down and look at your budget, and to be able to see, do I need to do this kind of adjustment? Do we have to do this kind of discussions in our family to improve ourselves, to release money? But you can see how quickly in trying to adjust that budget that you start messing up with your financial stability very quickly. So I'll repeat again for us. Income must exceed expenses. Debts must be paid off. I skipped number 2 there, is your emergency fund must be in place. So before we even start talking of you want to buy a car, we want to do this, the very first thing you want to do is balance that budget. Number 2, start saving, put aside an emergency fund, and then you can start thinking of some of these other things we're thinking about. We're going to now start looking at income generating investments, so that investments that work for themselves, they work by themselves, are the things we want to spend the next 45 minutes to look at. I'll just wait for us to be able to get the slides up again. While they're doing that, we can keep looking at this. Did you guys check out the ideas about, did anybody discuss the issue of an extra child? Not discussed. So, is money a factor in another child? Yes? The gift of God. If people are refusing the gift of God. It sounds like everybody is saying, yeah, we see that the money might make a difference. Is anybody doing anything for me? No, we need them up there. it on that screen. It needs to go up on the 2, so it's not from here. Okay, thank you, everybody. We've done that one. We're going to self-generating income. So now we're saying that, assuming that the bottom line of that budget, all of us we've forged it in different ways, and we've arrived at a budget that is a plus, either realistically or unrealistically. So these guys have now come to this place. We have a budget that is a plus. If that is the case, then now we're thinking of how do we send that plus on an errand. We need to send it out. Because remember we said, if it's a plus, if you keep it there, something will take it from you. If you have a plus, Baustein 1 to 3 are now properly in place. It's time to now start saying, okay, that excess that I have, where my bottom line is more than 0, what do we start doing with it is the question. We said already yesterday, I'll say it again this morning, that you don't want to leave excess money just lying around anywhere. If there is money that is excess, which is where we want to go, we're now financially stable, and there is excess money, you don't want to leave it lying around. And the temptation is to just start saving, just keep on saving. We talked about that yesterday, and I'm saying limit your liquidity to your emergency fund. One of the things that were asked yesterday is about saving towards something. And yeah, of course, we can save towards something momentarily, but if it's a short term, I just want to save for the next 6 months and buy this, that's fine. But if I'm just in this habit of just saving money, it's a losing strategy just to be putting money. So generally, I'll limit at any point in time. If you just come and shake me and say, bring 1,000 euro, and I say, sorry, I don't have it. Somebody will say, pastor doesn't want to give me. The truth of the matter is this: I usually don't have 500 euro just sitting anywhere. I don't. I just never don't. Is that good English? I never don't. but it just doesn't happen. So somebody might come and say, pastor, please, I generally come to points where I don't even have 200 euros. What? Okay. I thought he said it's a lie. So, money is a servant that is not really serving you by putting it in your account and looking at it. Open your account, look at it, I feel good. Look at me, I'm doing very well. It doesn't serve you in that way at all. Send it out, let it work. That's some of the things we want to look at right now. So don't be taken by that desire to just stack money away somewhere. So let's start talking about wealth creation. And I'm repeating again the fact that wealth creation only starts after Baustein 1 to 3 are secured. I want to just get that into our minds, get that into us. People just start doing all kinds of things before there is proper foundation. It fails every time. It fails every time. So let's do it again. What's our Baustein number 1? You've forgotten already. Number 2? An emergency fund. We said 3 to 6 months of your expenses. And number 3, can somebody help me with this screen? It just keeps flipping and going off. I'm trying to look there. Okay, number 3 is what? Pay off every debt. And you could already see that from yesterday to today, that group already forgot. And they're already saving and investing and doing that while a bank is still collecting interest from them. So pay off all debt, pay it off, become stable. And we're saying without financial stability, the potential for trouble in investments is very high. It's very high. I want to repeat that. I want to sort of say that to us over and over. The potential for trouble is high when you are not financially stable and you start jumping out into investments. Investments are inherently dangerous. There is danger that anybody that tells you there is something that you can put money into and your money is 100% sure, it's not really the truth. The truth is you're entering into risks that are involved in it. There needs to be some stability before you start building anything. So, important to note. So I'm saying, please don't be over-motivated because it can get worse. Before we start talking about, because there might be numbers and things that I share with you that make you think, oh, I just want to go today and start doing this. Please, let's take it easy. If you take anything away from here, sit down, take a look again, and be sure of what you're talking about. I've seen things get worse by people jumping and making that situation very bad. So let's do this with some. So a typical wealth profile, let's start from there. A typical profile of what to look at, of everything you have by the time you are now beginning to build wealth, will look like this, where 5 to 10% is that your emergency fund, which is, we said, 3 to 6 months of your expenses. It's sitting down somewhere. It's not bringing a lot, but it's a security fund. 30 to 35% is in bonds and stocks, which we'll talk about a little bit today. And then 35 to 40, roughly, is in real estate. Okay, let's stop messing with that now, please. So real estate is either you are directly buying a physical thing or you are investing in investment funds that are real estate investment funds. We'll talk about that. And then very little, usually less than 20%, is in other things. And there are others, which I'm not talking about today. I generally am very like this kind of person, so I don't get a lot into others. I don't do others. I don't do things I don't understand. But I put that there because there are others. There are all kinds of things. If I start asking everybody what kind of investments do you get involved in, they are there. And people will say, okay, for the flexibility of my portfolio, I want to put into all kinds of other things. I generally don't at all. So it looks like that. I'm saying to everybody today, if you're working, you're an adult, you're going to be retired in the next 30 to 40 years, maximum for all of us here, something like that, you should have a stock account today. If there's anyone here who doesn't have a stock account, one of the things you take away from here, we'll talk about some of that in a few minutes, is you should have a stock account. And you should understand a little bit about real estate. Those two key things I'll look at. So let's look at stocks and bonds. I call it stock and bonds 101 because I just want to I'll look at it as if we don't know anything. So please don't be offended. I know majority of us are but just for the sake of somebody who says, I've just heard about this thing, I don't know anything, I just want to go back to 101, basics. Stocks will be a publicly traded company. This is a simple way to look at it. I own this company. It's worth so much. When I go public, when it's my private company, it's my own. One day I decide I turn it into a public company. A public company means that I ask members of the public, bring your money and buy part of my company. I also now become liable. I can't just say it's my company, I do what I like. I now have rules that govern me. I have to publish my accounts every year. But the people that bring their money and buy part of my company, if my company increases in value, they don't have to work for me, they just live their lives. I keep working. If my company increases in value, because they've bought a percentage of it, they're actually co-owners of it. They get part of my increase. If I shrink and I lose value, they also lose value. We become partners. That's basically what it means to buy the stocks of a company. So we're saying if that stock price goes up, you make money. If it goes down, you lose money. And that's the total picture. It's not like it just goes up and up and up. It goes down, you lose money. It goes up, you make money, is what it is. A class of stocks are dividend stocks, where you could also still make money even if the stock price goes down. Those are dividend stocks, where the stock price may go down, but as long as that company makes profit at the end of the financial year, they are bound to share that profit with you. So the value of your stocks in itself may have gone down, but they will have to share profit with you, dividend, at the end of every year. Now, most stocks are either dividend stocks or growth stocks. Let me explain that a little bit. Say you let's take Amazon. When Amazon started, Amazon is still today still a growth stock. So it's a company that has this potential to grow exponentially. So there is the chance that you could really make a lot of money, but the company tells you when you buy their stock, we are not a dividend stock. We don't share our profit with anybody. Till today, Amazon is not a dividend stock. So the only way you can make money with that kind of stock is if it goes up, and the chances are it goes up or something. So you make money. But whatever profit that company makes is for them. Is that clear to everybody? Many companies, particularly very old companies, say the likes of these old car companies, the likes of Coca-Cola's, companies that have been there for hundreds of years, many of those companies are dividend stocks, but they're not growing. They're really at the max. Their stock prices are not exponentially changing. In fact, they will lose. So they're not really going to make money on their stocks increasing, but they are definitely profit-turning companies every year. A Coca-Cola turns profit every year. But the stock price, maybe stock, doesn't change. But you will get money on a dividend, but you won't get astronomical. Is that making sense to everybody? So one of the things I'll show us today is you don't just jump into stocks, just say, what is that? What is that? Just I'll show us a strategy. At the end of the day, show you what is today my strategy. Doesn't have to be what you follow, but you must have a strategy based on that kind of understanding. Bonds, on the other side, are different from stocks. Why stocks are companies, bonds are governments. Most governments in this world run on debt. Most governments, the best of governments, run on borrowed money. So the governments borrow money from banks, but governments also borrow majority of their money, they borrow from people. So the government sells bonds. Basically what it is the government comes to you and says, lend us 1,000 euro, we will pay you after 3 years. The good thing about the bonds from governments is they have a fixed return. There's no it goes up, it goes down. The return is usually less than what you get in stocks, but you can never, with bonds, you don't lose your money. Unless you buy bonds from Afghanistan, you could lose your money. So what you find in bonds as well, countries, so you hear things like, they say, this country is AA, this country is AAA, this country is D, this country is junk, and all that. All it means is, this country is sure going to give you your money. So if you buy, say, bonds from Germany, bonds from the US, their return will be very low, but your money is sure. So you buy 5-year bond, 3-year bond, you are using your money, lending it to the government is using it to pay people that do up whatever, and they pay you at interest at the end of the year. Your interest, the good thing about the bonds is, unlike stocks, you really cannot lose your money. But what comes out of it is very, very little. But it's still better than just keeping it into your account. Does that make sense to us all? So that's stocks and bonds. So let's ask a few questions that will help us to start saying, how do I get my feet into this? Who can trade? Who can trade in stocks and bonds? Anyone. Just anyone that is above 18. You have to be 18 to be able to be doing that. In this country, you have to be tax resident. In Germany, and what that basically means is you have a unique tax identifier you are tax paying here. That's a tax number that you have. And that will apply to every one of us here. So the answer is everybody here can trade in some form. Okay, how do I do it? If I can do it, how do I do it? The first thing is you open a trading account. Question is, where do I open a trading account? How do I open a trading account? If you have a bank account, majority, if not all banks, will have the opportunity to add a trading account to your existing account. Most of them, German banks, will call it a Wertpapierdepot. So you can add a Wertpapierdepot to your account. If you just open, the next time you open your account online, you will see under services, you can just add, I want to start buying stocks. So most banks will have that, but their fees are just incredible. And for many years, until say the last 5 years, the banks just had the monopoly of it. For example, when I actually first time started trading stocks, I had an account with Commerce Bank, and I opened a Wertpapierdepot with them. And it was such that if there's any month where I don't trade in something, they'll charge me a fee. And for everything you do, it was just like that, where you just look at it and say, look, at the end of the day, I'm just working for this bank. But in the last, say, 5 years or thereabout, there have been a lot of these independent platforms that have shown up, and they are just fantastic. So I'll just mention a few. Trade Republic, most of us know Trade Republic. Scalable Capital, Trading 212, eToro. There are just a number of them that are out there, and my advice really today is to use them rather than what your bank offers. They also, like Trade Republic, I think, charges you €1 for every trade that you do. Just a blanket €1. I mean, that's really, the thing about all of these people is just make sure you check that they are regulated by BaFin. So BaFin is the Bundesanstalt for Finanzielle, whatever. So what that means is if they are regulated by BaFin, if you open an account with them, if they crash for any reason, the government of this country has to pay you back your money that is there up to 150,000. So even if anything happens to them, they are mismanaged, your money is safe up to 150,000 in each institution. So if you grow to the point where you have more than 150,000 in stocks, move the rest of it to another company. For each company that you invest with, they have to pay you back 150. Does that make sense to all of us, please? So make sure you understand that. And then we've spoken today a lot about savings and all that. Where do you keep it? I find that your stock account is a good place to park any savings that you are waiting, you don't know what to do with it or whatever. Your stock account is so good that you can park money there that is not invested. Actually, I think last year, the majority of them started paying interest on the money. So I know Trade Republic started paying interest on your money that is there, not invested. So if you have money that I think they even started paying 2% of interest where your bank is not even paying anything. So I'm thinking, even without risking my money at all, I put it in that stock account and it yields back already an interest. That's fantastic. So it's a good place to park it temporarily rather than put it in your account where you can mistakenly do something to it. So if there is any one of us who does not have a trading account, just open a trading account, first of all, starting point. To open a trading account, you just need to be resident in this country. You need to have a tax number. You open a trading account. I don't even know what to do with it yet. I open one. It's a starting point. Okay, strategies. A few questions you need to be able to answer is, what am I trying to do? Am I going to be a day trader or am I going to be a long-term holder? The first mistake you can make is not to have a strategy. Pastor said, go and be buying stocks. Okay, let us just be disaster. So I'm asking myself, what do I want to be? So a day trader is somebody who, there are people who, that's their job. That's what they do. They sit down there, they're watching. It has gone up a little. I sell it. I buy that one. They wake up in the night. The stock market in Hong Kong has opened. I wake up at 2 a.m. What is happening to this? What is the news in that? You are following it. You are somebody. You make 20 euro there, you sell it. You make that one there, you sell it. The majority of us can't do that. So here you are. You said you are buying stocks, but you are doing a little bit of this. So you sell, you buy. Make up your mind. Which one are you? Are you a day trader and you can commit that kind of time and effort to it, or you are a long-term holder? A long-term holder is just simply somebody who buys for the long term. In that long term, there will be days that's gone down, there will be days it has gone up. I don't even know about it. Most companies, if you don't just buy junk companies, over a period of 5 years, will grow. Over a period of 1 month or 6 months, it may not grow. You may lose. And unless you have the skills of a day trader to be competing with them, watching indices, watching the things that are affecting it, that's why many times we're playing games for which we're not qualified. So there are people that are sitting there watching political news, watching war, looking at the impact of it on this, on the impact of it on a full time. And you just put your money there, and you have to pay a bill next week. Then you put your money today and say, hopefully by the time I have that bill next week, disaster. So first of all, am I a day trader or a long-term holder? Am I going to be looking at dividend stocks or growth stocks? We spoke about that a little bit. Am I going to be looking at single stocks or ETFs? I'll explain that. So single stocks is, I just take a company, Coca-Cola, I take a company, Delivery Hero. All of you people that work at Delivery Hero here. Okay, I know. I take a company, I buy the stocks of that company, or I decide I do ETFs. So ETFs, exchange traded funds, are fund managers that buy a composite of many companies. So that if you look at an ETF, it includes all kinds of companies from all over the world. Every dollar you put into it, 10 cents goes there, 10 cents goes there, 10 cents goes there, and somebody is sitting down and managing it and deciding what to invest in. So at the end of the day, an ETF will have maybe 100 companies inside it. Some of them go up, some of them come down. At the end of the day, the totality of it really never ends in the loss. So you're either this person chasing individual stocks or you just do ETFs. If you do ETFs, you have to decide, because ETFs will then quarterly pay out a dividend to you. You'll have to decide, do I want them to pay it out to me, or do I want to reinvest my dividend? You have to decide up front which one I want to do. If you want to do ETFs, Vanguard ETFs are really very good. They were actually the first ones to be out there, and they get a good hold of it. Or any other ETFs that track S&P 500. It's typical things to do, is what we're saying. If you look at this, this is my profile today. This is what I do today. And I have evolved into this over the years. I also started with all this chasing, looking at, hey, what is happening to that company, what is it? And I found I don't have the energy, nor the time and all that for that. I'm not a day trader. So I'm now a long-term holder. I don't care if something goes down today, it doesn't go down tomorrow, I don't care. I'm there for the long run. So that's my profile. I'm a long-term holder. I don't do growth stocks anymore. I do dividend stocks alone. And I don't do single stocks anymore. I do ETFs right now. And on my ETFs, I'm on a reinvestment with the ETFs. So roll it over. That's what my profile looks at today. That's what I have evolved into. You don't have to follow that, but you must be clear what your strategy is. If you don't have a clear strategy, you set yourself up to fail on the stock market. Remember I said to you, it's just glorified gambling many times if you're not careful. But if you know what you're doing and very strategic with it, you will end up with success out of it. Couple of things to advise us with. We're really behind in time. Is be informed before you jump into something. Read read, understand what it means, understand what you're doing. Start with little money. Be very informed. Be patient. Be very patient. Don't expect some, it just goes like that. I have stories of real gains on the stock market. I have stories of real losses as well. So be very patient with it. I put this one today. I said, remember gravity. What is the law of gravity? What goes up must come down. So when you look at all of those things and all that, the truth is what goes up comes down. That's be deliberate, a clear strategy. That's what I just discussed with us. That number 5 is very important. Don't follow fads. But many times what happens with stocks is this. Suddenly there will be this craze. Oh, now everybody is buying this. By the time that becomes the craze, you are too late. You are too late. Because what's going to happen is you will jump in while people are jumping out. And they eat your lunch. So be very careful. There was, I think was it 3 years ago, where people actually did that with BlackBerry. How many people remember that story with BlackBerry? People actually deliberately drove up the price of BlackBerry and crashed it. And people made a lot of money, but what do you know what that means? Some people lost a lot of money. So I don't do fads. Oh, this one is, no. It's not in my strategy. It's not in whatever. In fact, I'll show you a picture in a minute. I find that very strategic and successful people on the stock market are not buying a million things. They're very like this. And avoid stress for yourself. This thing can cause you stress. So if you want to buy something, you want to sell something, use limit sales. Limit sales is on Trade Republic or any of these things, you will say, okay, I want to buy the stock of Coca-Cola, but I don't want to buy it at the current price. If it drops to 50 euros per share, I want to buy it. Set it up. Put money there. Says if it drops, then buy it. You'll be sleeping on your bed at 2 a.m., something happens, it drops, it buys. You wake up in the morning, it has bought it. Or if you want to sell, if it grows to this, set it, sell. You go to sleep, it sells. This one that you'll be sitting down there watching, it has grown, my heart. You know, if you make money, you want to be alive to enjoy it. You don't want to die before your time. So take the stress away. It's not worth it. And then that last thing I put there, I learned it myself. Don't litigate your choices. What I mean by that is you've bought something or you've sold something, and then after you bought it, then the price came down, or you sold it and then the price went up. Yeah. But I made up my mind. Generally, if I sell something, I'm not going to check the price after I've sold it. I don't care. At the point I've sold it is the point I've sold it. That's it. Or the point I bought it is the point. That's it. This going back and looking, was that correct? Please don't die young. It's not worth it. Is what we're saying. Okay, this is, most of us would have heard about Warren Buffett. I don't actually like making mention of these people sometimes because they have money, but their private lives are not things to share with us. But it is about 51% of it is in one company, Apple. He just started buying Apple at the time when it was still very low. And then the other big ones are financial, Bank of America, American Express. One of the things he says is, anything I don't understand, I don't buy. So, for example, when he started with cryptos, he was one of the guys who said, I don't understand it, I don't buy it. And you will never find it in that portfolio. So, if you look at that portfolio right now, out of something of about 300 and something, almost 200 of it is in technologies, manufacturing and something, is what is put into more than half of it. Financials, so banks, Visa card, Bank of America, is these consumer things. So that's where he's got the likes of Kraft, Heinz, that's food making. So this is not a company that you just come and say, this stock is doing well today, come and buy. They're very strategic about what they're doing. And this is practically the most successful company in the stock market today. And they don't run any company, they don't own anything themselves, they just buy things over the years. He started buying things maybe in the 50s or 60s, and there were two of them, both he and Charlie Munger, and that one died in December last year at almost 100 years of age. This is what they've built over these years. Just patiently, in a focused manner. He's not doing just the fad of the day, and have built something like that. So you and I don't have to build that, but for yourself, just in a very strategic manner over the years, can build yourself a portfolio. Does this make enough sense to us? Yes, sir. I'll take questions about it. Let's quickly get into real estate together. We should be finishing real estate about now, and we're just starting it. So let me just quickly rush through it. Again, I'll do this in very, very brief and basic level. So real estate is, again, any landed property. Either it's a piece of land or something that is built, that's real estate. If everything is okay, and you've not bought something in a place that is prone to earthquakes or flooding or some disaster, it will not lose value. It gains value. In most places in this world, your real estate will double in value every 10 to 15 years, roughly. In growing places, in developing countries, this goes even quicker. In unregulated places, it goes even double quicker. But again, those places are like, if you go back to many of the developing parts of Africa, the big cities are doubling every 2 years. But in properly grown places like this country, somewhere 10 to 15 years, the value of any kind of real estate doubles in 10 to 15 years. In this country, fortunately, anybody that's a legal resident can participate in real estate. You don't have to be German, anybody. So I'll look at 3 ways by which you can participate. I said of 4 because there are 3 ways that I'm involved in. 4 that I'll mention, the 4th one I'll mention, but I just mentioned it for completeness. So the first one, of course, is a roof over your head. That's where everybody can participate. Everybody has a roof over their head, and you can make it your own. So that's a starting point. Then we can do rental properties. Then you can do real estate investment funds. That they're almost like ETFs that we mentioned, but they focus only on real estate. They're less a hassle for you, but they will bring you also less returns than rental properties. The one I said is there, but which I don't have any personal experience with, so I can't talk about, but I know it's there, is buy, refurbish, and what is F? Finance. So it's buy, refurbish, finance. So what they do is buy rundown properties because no bank will give you a mortgage for a rundown property. They'll spend their own money, refurbish it, put a renter inside it, then go to the bank and then finance it. The bank now says, okay, now we give you money for it. Then take that money and go and do it again. So but to do that, you need to have a set of handwerker that work for you. And that's something that people do at the real time and flip it. So you could buy it, you could refurbish it, and then refinance it, or you flip it. That means you just sell it off immediately. So, but that's not something I have any experience with. So let's talk about roof over your head. You'll agree with me, everybody needs a roof, right? Talk to me. Are you tired already? No, sir. Okay. So, in most cases, I think somebody was asking this question yesterday. In most cases, buying is better than renting. Most cases, 90% of the cases, you'd be better off buying than renting. If you want to start, so you're a renter today, you have a stable income, I'll say always start low and climb the ladder. Just start somewhere low and then just climb the ladder as you go. From yesterday, we said this is okay debt. But please also remember we said it has to be something on the long term. You're not planning to be paying this by the time you get to retirement. You want to have a plan of how you want to pay this off as well. So still on roof over your head. Let's run through it quickly. The process. So I live in a place right now that I'm renting. I want a roof over my head that is my own. First one is determine realistically, what do I want? What do I need? What is the need? Don't let yourself determine that. The banks, understand the banks. The banks generally will give you a mortgage up to somewhere 5 to 7% of your gross pay. That's your pay before tax. So that, let's say that man we looked at yesterday who has 100,000 as his gross pay, a bank will give him easily 600,000, 650,000 as a mortgage. That's what they'll do. But that's them. You have to set your own limits, not their own limits. Generally, as you want to begin to set your limits, you don't want your repayment. Now we're going to do some calculations. Now everybody, you will need your calculator on your phone in a few minutes. Not more than 40% of your take-home pay as a family should go to your repayment. Now we're getting to that place where I want to buy a house. What am I talking about? You must know what is the rough interest rate on the market for mortgage rates right now. So tell me, who knows? So detailed. I thought you just said 3 to 4, 3 something. So in that range is where mortgage rates are right now, in the 3.5 to 4% kind of range. You should first of all find, okay. And then when you start doing your calculations, calculate for yourself on the IR end. Say, okay, get a 4% mortgage is what I get. Okay. I must be able to pay this thing off before I retire. Oda? Okay, so if that is going to be the case, what is the tilgung that I have to do? What percentage of repayment do I have to do? These two things, the interest rate and my tilgung, together, a combination of them, make my repayment. So let's do some calculation right now. Let's start with rough numbers. I want to buy a house. It costs 100,000. It doesn't exist anymore, but let's just buy that house in heaven. 100,000 is how much it costs. The bank gives me 4% interest. I decide 2% tilgung. What will be my monthly repayment? Everybody, take your phone, calculate. Let's do that quickly. 100,000 is the loan. Assume I'm just taking the whole 100,000 from the bank. My interest rate is 4%. My tilgung is 2%. What's my payment? I want us to be able to do these things like this. So the calculation is 100,000. So my two interest rates, 4 plus 2, is 6%. So it's 100 times 6 divided by 100, isn't it? So what's that number? 6,000. Divide by 12. 500 euro will be my monthly repayment. That's a good place to start. Take that number. For every 100,000 at 4% plus 2% tilgung, my repayment is 500,000. So it's very simple. If I want to take a loan of 400,000, what will be my repayment? 2,000. So that's why I started with the 100,000. For every 100,000 unit at 4% interest, 2% tilgung, my repayment is 500 euros. If I want to buy a house of 500,000, my repayment is 2,500. That's roughly what we're talking about. Is that clear to everybody, please? Okay. So that's a very quick. So if I'm looking at something, you can do that quick calculation in your head straight away. Is this sort of in a kind of ballpark? So if I know that, I know how much I can repay. So I ask myself, how much can my calf price be? What kind of house can I afford right now? That's a question I want everybody to try to answer right away. Take me where I am right now. What kind of calf price can I afford? No. How do you know my own? Anybody wants to just do a quick one and say, based on this is how much money I can pay comfortably for my mortgage, this is how much my calf price can be. That's what I'm looking for. Anyone? Yes. The range is 5 to 7. That's how much. No. Okay, I get what your question. It's not that the lowest they can give you is that. It's that from bank to bank. So the lowest bank that says we are very strict will give you at least 5 times. The very flexible bank will give you up to 7 times. If you come, whatever you want to borrow, they will give you on the low end. Anyone that wants to say, based on this amount of what I can pay, this is what I think is my maximum calf price right now. I just want that to be an exercise that we do. Quickly. Nobody? Okay, I'll throw it to you. You can pay 1,000 easily. What's the maximum calf price that can be your maximum calf price right now? That's what I'm looking for. Can't I fuck? So your house rent is right now 1,500. If you just want to stay with the same house rent, but now start paying it to yourself instead of paying it to somebody else, what will be the maximum calf price you can go for? 300. Very simple. Actually, really simple. At the current interest rate. If tomorrow interest rates go to 2% or they go to 5%, that calculation is different. But you can just always deal with that. And it makes it very simple in the discussion of, I don't start running and looking for something where I know from the start I can't afford that kind of thing right now. Before I even go out, I can already see this is what I can do for myself. Okay? So when you've decided this is the maximum calf price that we can do right now, your next step is save up to 10% of that calf price plus your calf neighboring costing. So that's another 8%, 6% of the tax, roughly 2% of the nota and the Eintragung and all that. So roughly 20% of that calf price is a good starting point for saving. So if you want to buy, you decide what I want to buy a house of 300,000. To be really safe, you need 55 to 60K to have put aside. And then you're ready to do this. Just putting those numbers there for us. Then start doing your market research. If you can, I vehemently do not like to pay any makler. I don't pay maklers. 80% of properties on the market are advertised by a makler. Most of them know nothing about the house. Most of them do nothing. And how many people know what fee you pay a makler in Berlin today? 7%. 7.14%. You know what that really means? The average house in Berlin today is 400,000 roughly. I'll just take 30,000 euros and just hand it over to somebody for taking 30 minutes of his time to go and show me a house. So it limits my pool that I can choose. Your bank is only looking at themselves. A mortgage broker is looking at many banks. But be careful what it tells you as well, because a mortgage broker gets his fee from the bank. And think what happens. If this bank pays him 10 euros, the other bank pays him 20 euros, which one do you think he will recommend to you? So it opens you a lot of things, but watch what he's doing very well with your own numbers. And then another decision to make is what they call a Bindungszeit. I'm using all these terminologies that you face. A Bindungszeit is how long you have to stay with that mortgage provider before you can decide to remortgage somewhere else. So it's either 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. The decision is based on if you think interest rates are going to go up, then you take a longer Bindungszeit. If you think interest rates are high right now, they're likely to come down in a couple of years, you take a short Bindungszeit. Does that make sense to us? And that's a decision you make yourself. And you could end up wrong, you could end up right. So watch that, and that makes a big difference. A big difference. The house we live in right now, the interest rate when we signed that mortgage was 0.58%. Did you hear me right? 0.58%. Zero. Okay. We said yesterday, ensure that your mortgage contract allows you to make extra payments. Make sure it's clearly there that you're allowed every year to make some mortgage payments. Now, if you ask them, I want to make 50%, I want to be allowed to make 50%, they'll say yes, but then your interest rate will go up. But you know you're not likely to pay 50%, so why do that? So usually 5% is enough of your mortgage that you want to pay off every year. It's a good number to put there. So that's roof over your head. Let's move quickly to rental real estate. Rental real estate, of course, is where now you have a roof over your head, you want to buy another one, rent out to somebody, the person pays for it, pays your mortgage on it, and then you have something extra, or even if there's no extra, at least it pays off itself. Process of that, again, please, if you want to begin to do that, start small. When it comes to rental real estate, there's a lot that has to be considered, but start small. I advise people, start with a wohnung, just a 2-bedroom wohnung, something small somewhere. But the thing about a wohnung as well is, if you buy a wohnung that is part of a block of buildings, there will be a management company managing all the things in that company, in that house, and they have these management costs, which is you don't have control over. So you really have to watch out with what is happening with that. The banks deal with rental property with a different head. They're not so much interested in you anymore. Their interest is now that building. So as long as the building has a good valuation, they'll value it. It has stable renters in it. Banks like to have stable renters that have been there for 20 years. They're happy with that. You as the owner, you're not happy with that because there are rules that don't allow you to increase the rent. But if they move out, then you can actually get market rent. So, but banks like stable renters. If there are shops, you know these buildings where there are flats up and there are shops downstairs. Banks don't like that. They see that shop as a risk for that building. So those are things to think about. Banks will actually commonly finance 100% of a real estate investment. They just ask you to pay the Neben cost because it's an investment. It's not just roof over your head. All they're looking for is if you have empty months, which is a terminology there, months where you have no renters, are you able to cover some months? They look at you that you are stable and you can cover some months. But real estate banks are not that looking at you anymore. If you want to do real estate rentals, spend good time searching. Most people will like to have, how many people here would like to have a rental property where you have tenants? You like to have it. Now, it takes time to put it in place. When it is in place, it runs itself most of the time, but it takes time to put it in place. There have been days when I'll get into my car and drive 3-4 hours to go look at some property somewhere. And then I get there and it's just, it doesn't look like what is on the picture, and I drive back 3-4 hours. That's 8 hours just gone. I've done that many times. So the amount of time you need to invest in these things is not small. So don't just think it's a joke. I remember very well, there was one Sunday, we finished in church here, and I begged that guy that was selling that house somewhere in, I think it's close to Dresden. I begged him and said, please show it to me on a Sunday. I don't have time on any other day. So he agreed, I'm going to show it to you on Sunday afternoon. So I looked, I'm going to take 3 hours or so to drive there. So I finished the service here, and then I got in the car. My wife was in the car with me. My son was in the car with me, and we started going there directly from church, driving there to go look at this thing. And we got on the way. There was an accident on the way, and we were on one spot for how long? 4 hours? 4 hours, just one stop, one point. That's on a Sunday evening. So I'm calling this guy, I say, sorry, I'm almost there. I'm just 30 minutes from here, I'm almost there. Eventually I got to him. It was dark by the time I got there, got him to look at it. Then finished that day, took my son back to school, then came back. We got back home, I think 1 a.m. was when we got back home. So everybody finished church here around 2 or something. We got back home at 1 a.m. Eventually we bought that property. That is the most profitable property in our portfolio today. The most profitable. So, but I can tell you stories also of where it's taking time like that and nothing comes out of it. So don't think these things, in our case study 2 that we're going to do this afternoon, you will look and you will screen properties to say, does this work or not? And you find that many times you look at 10 and only one makes sense out of them. So screening, let's look at screening very quickly. We're talking of rental properties now. Screening, it must pay for itself. So positive cash flow. The area where it is very, very important. Where when people move out, you can find tenants again. There is this, I'll talk about this in the next slide. So these are 4 things you can use to screen. But if you have rental property, I thought it's only 7 p.m. they do this thing. If you have rental property and you still have to spend a lot of time on it, it's not an investment. That's one of the things we said yesterday. It's not an investment, don't do it. It's still taking all of your life. Your strategy with any rental property is either you want to keep it for a long time, keep it for retirement, or if your plan is that it grows and you sell it, which is also a strategy, understand that in this country, you cannot sell. That's not right. I was going to say you cannot sell it before 10 years. You can sell it, but if you sell it and make profit when you've not added up to 10 years, the government comes and says, you are speculating with property. You are one of the people causing us rental increases. Your profit, we want 42% of it. But if you wait and hold it for 10 years, then speculation steuer is out of it. So generally, 2 strategies. You buy it, you keep it for at least 10 years and sell it off at a profit, or you just hold it as part of your retirement planning is what you're doing with real estate. So I'm really behind time. I think we'll come back to this with the case study to look at exactly how you screen these things. I added this slide back to it just this morning. I'll tell us just a story of one Wohnung that we own in Norderstedt. Norderstedt is a small town that is almost consumed by Hamburg. So it's practically just inside Hamburg. So 12 years ago, I worked for a company that asked me to look after a project in Hamburg. So for a period of about a year, I was going to be working in Hamburg Monday to Friday. So the company says, okay, in the time that you're working there, you rent a flat and we'll pay for it. And because I'm not going to be living in Hamburg for the rest of my life, it's okay that you rent a furnished flat. And they gave me a budget of 1,500. You know, in Hamburg, it's quite expensive. 1,500 euros a month is your budget. So I got to Hamburg, stayed in a hotel for a couple of weeks, found this rented apartment for, I can't even remember how much. I was paying for it, and I was sitting inside it. I was renting it. Then one day, I was just sitting down in the house after renting it for like 1 month. Then I said, are you stupid? I'm just talking to myself. Are you stupid? Okay, what happened is something was spoiled in the house, and I called the owner to come and repair it. And this small girl, I'm serious, girl, not woman. She must be maybe 20. She comes, and I said, what is happening? He said that this is my flat, I bought it. And she came and brought some people, and they repaired the light. So she left, and I said, And I was paying this woman, I can't remember exactly how much, but well over 1,000. I was paying every month for that place. So that day I made up my mind, I'm going to buy myself a place like this in Hamburg. Then I'm going to rent it to myself, and the company pays for it while I'm working here. So I started looking for a place. Within a month, found a place, found this place. So the bank lent me 135,000 to buy this. And the idea of this at that time was that spend the rest of it to renovate and make it nice. So of course, you know where I come from. I'm not renovating anything. So initial mortgage 135,000. To take that, remember they're paying for the whole thing. The Kaufnebenkosten, I had to spend about 10,000 on it. 2013, so I did a 5 years Bindung site at the interest rate. I can't remember what it was exactly at that time. So that was 2013 to 2018. In 2016, so this is 3 years into it, that mortgage of 135, I'd paid it down to about 110. The property was now worth about 180. on the market. Remember, I bought it 128 roughly. So I go back to the bank and I say, look, there's a big gap between what I owe you and what my flat is worth. And they come back and value it and they say, yeah, that's true. So I said, okay, I want that money. And they say, yeah, we'll give you 50K. So they paid me 50K, increased my mortgage on the house. So what did I do? I just raised 50K equity on that thing, which, remember, I'm not a foolish guy. I'm not going to spend that 50K buying kebab. So that's money that has been released. So now I'm owing them 160. The thing is what 180, that's 2016. 2018, it's up for refinancing. Remember, I did 5 years. At the time that it was up for refinancing, it was a good time. Remember, 2018 was when all the crash happened. I refinanced it at 0.7 interest rate, so I locked it in for 10 years. At 0.7 interest rate. So for that house right now, so that is running right now, my payment to the bank is less than 350, 330 something. There is that management fee to the managers of the old building of about 250. So the person renting it right now pays 850 for that. At the end of 2023, I was owing them a little bit less than 120 on that property. The market value of it is now way over 300,000. Just to make you see, so this is a 10-year journey, 2013 to 2023. That's a 10-year journey on a simple thing that at that time, what it cost me was roughly that 10K. So I thought I'll share with you a real life story of, I'm sure there are many people that had, so all that I could do, I had to do then was have that 10K and was able to do something like this with it. I have long pulled out more than my 10K from it. If only this 50K is already more than the money I put at the beginning. If I decide to sell it today, I'm already more than 10 years since I bought it, and I can easily sell this today and go on with close to 200,000, just like that. Just from this 10K story 10 years ago. So, and this is not they told me. This is, I saw it with my eyes. Real estate investment funds. I will not spend time on this. We can read it easily. I think we'll take questions and then take a break. Take questions. Right? Yes, okay. So we've done stocks and we've done real estate. 10, 15 minutes of questions and then a break.
Okay. Can we put our hands together for Pastor? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, because of the time, if you have questions, please raise up your hand, and I will count.
Ooh.
And that will be the end. So, if you have questions, can you please just come to the front? So, make it. Then maybe we'll limit the number of questions to
only one per person.
30 seconds.
To formulate your question.
Yeah, so you already think about your question, and then we just go 30 seconds, and that will be all.
And limit my answer to 1 minute.
No, no time limit.
I think we have to limit it a little bit as well, or else
Okay.
If you ask a topic that I'm passionate about, I can keep talking.
Okay, so I will give you 2 minutes per question. So, yes, let's start. Samson.
Thanks, sir. The slide about the stocks, where you talked about the stocks, sir. This one, yes. So this is the one before actually, but this one. So this, in your opinion, do you think these are mutually exclusive? For example, I know for number one, I could be a long-term trader. I think I am a long-term trader. But number two, so dividend stocks, I could major in dividend stocks.
And do some growth stocks.
Yes.
That's a good question, yes. They don't have to be mutually exclusive, but it has to be clear which one you're doing. So today I said I'm a dividend stocker, but I do a little bit. So what percentage of my portfolio goes to growth stocks? Cannot be, if I say a 50-50, I'm like, you don't know what you're doing. That should be your strategy, but it doesn't mean you don't do growth stocks as well.
Roughly 80-20.
Something like that.
For everything. Okay, thanks.
Actually, my question is around this also. So I started my investing journey as well in 2020, and then I've actually evolved over time. And as we were actually mentioning all those caveats, my wife was looking at me and said, "That's you, that's you." So, but I think my question is, if you don't mind, it makes sense to also share your experience about how you evolved to this strategy where you currently are. Because for me, I mean, some of us are very ambitious, so maybe you have a very tiny capital when you're starting out, and then you just want to grow that capital and take some risk to grow the capital, and then get to a point where you want to actually stabilize yourself, and then take a more conservative approach to actually build your wealth. So I've got bonds several times whilst I evolve. So it would be great to actually also understand how you evolved over time to get to this point where you are. Thank you.
Roughly, I can say that I started also just jumping without looking. And so it's all just luck, and then you. But over time, I have now come to the point where I put about maximum at any point in time, 10% of my portfolio is in risky stuff. Only 10%. I put in risky stuff that if it happens, they give you real big investment, but I know they can be lost. When I started, it was 100% of my portfolio was risky stuff, and I wanted it to double quickly. The more you want it to double quickly, the more you will lose it quickly. So what to always do is let a majority of your portfolio be in safe things, and then play with 20% of your portfolio, so that if you lose it, you will not die, kind of. That I started with almost 100% is in risky stuff. They say this thing will grow to, I'll just do it, but that company has no history. Now I have gradually pulled back. My Trade Republic account 4 years ago had about 35 stocks in it. Today I have 6 or 7. So that's that involvement as well. So I've sold off a lot of rubbish, and all that consolidating is where it is. So I think that helps.
Okay, I think it's the previous slide, I'm not sure.
Also stocks.
So when you talked about bonds, really, that government issue.
Okay,
bonds.
that was the very first one here.
So I've seen a couple of companies also issuing bonds. I think Volkswagen, Mercedes, and the like. And I'm not really sure what exactly that's all about.
Normally, bonds are government. If companies issue, they issue stocks, not bonds. Bonds, by definition, are government-backed. And bonds, by definition, I cannot lose my capital. Okay. And any company that is doing business can lose your capital.
Okay, and then the second question is the question Samson asked. No, it's the same question Samson asked. So I'm just, I see online a lot that when you are young, it's more advisable to do growth stocks when you're younger because you have a larger lifeline.
To recover from
error. So what's your take on that?
2 questions. He has to answer twice.
My take on it is, yeah, it's correct that you can do more risky stuff when you're younger, but please don't overdo it as well. You can also crash yourself and discourage yourself beyond. So at whatever age, don't overdo risky stuff. 20%, 30% of your portfolio, risky stuff. Nothing more than that, really.
So my question is roof over your head.
Yes.
A typical scenario where someone is paying a mortgage of like 1.5 to 2K, and then you're out of a job for like a year, and then your emergency fund is 3 months. How do you keep paying that mortgage?
So it's just the same way, how do you pay your rent? But I can tell you that it's easier for your landlord to kick you out of your rented property than for a bank to kick you out of your house. So if you can't pay your mortgage, so you start maybe at the end of 6 months, your emergency fund is finished, you still don't have anything, you walk up into the bank, and if particularly you've had years with them where you are paid, and you say, look, I have trouble. The first thing is most mortgages will have a pause, 6 months pause. It will come at a cost to you. They'll give you a pause for 6 months, recalculate, and charge you an interest for it. It will buy another 3 to 6 months. That 6 months ends, you still cannot. Then eventually the bank will start the process of repossessing your house. That process of repossessing your house is at least a year. And then eventually the court will give them the right to go and sell it. They'll fix a date at the court to sell it. That process starts again. I've been at those auctions where they sell properties. I've gone there, tried to buy properties at those places. It's tough. The owners of the property will come to those places and abuse you. You want to send me out of my house. And look, I know that. So that process, from when trouble starts to when they kick you out, 3 years. And if in that time you sort yourself out, so it's actually not as bad as it sounds.
Okay, so my question is, on a scale of 1 to stupid or 1 to risky, government bonds is actually what I want to talk about, but not maybe countries that are risky. Let's say Nigeria, for instance. Nigeria is, I think, issuing about 16.5%.
Which is big, actually.
Which is really big. But if you take a look at the trend, like the drop of like the currency against dollar, it's not saying a lot. And then you have to look at these things. Some of them require 10 years, 15 years commitment. Mm-hmm. How stupid is it to deal with something like that, considering that you could take payouts, right, and then reinvest it into something else, which means over 10 years you could possibly get your money back, or you could lose everything, I don't know.
I think with countries like, say, Nigeria, evolving countries, you're not likely to just lose all your money, but I wouldn't say put all of your money in it as well. So say you have a portfolio and you put 10% of what you have in countries like that, I think is worth it. So what I do with a portfolio, an investment portfolio, is to say, take 10 to 20% of what I have and put it into really risky stuff. But if it's really risky, I don't want anything less than 15% returns on it. And knowing that I could lose it. But not more than 10 to 20% of my portfolio. The rest of it, safe stuff. So US bonds, safe, but they will give you 2%.
All right. So my question is also on stocks, right? There's one of the points.
This place will become a stock market.
There's one of the points that you mentioned that we shouldn't focus on faiths.
Focus on
faiths, facts. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I think it was my last advice on it.
Yes. So here is the question, right? I'll give you an instance. In 2021, NVIDIA became popular, like because of the chips that they are developing. That was actually when I got to know about the company, and that was the first time I invested with them. And that's because it became popular on Twitter. I know I was late, but I didn't know anything about them till that period. So is it like kind of a place that you recommend for research to kind of know about these people earlier before you jump in?
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. It's a valid question you're asking, because I'm saying you are late by the time it becomes, so your question is, how do I not be late? I don't know, actually. Who knows? Places where you can know. Usually, if I wake up on a Monday morning, I'll look at stock movements. Which stocks moved the most in the last week? So, but does that really tell you by that time you are late as well?
Yeah, so some places where you can get information about stocks are places like Monthly Food, and then if you are subscribed to newsletters of some investors like Warren Buffett, a couple of guys, they give out like forecast of 2024 or things that I'm considering to buy in 2025, things like that. So you can get information there and then make a decision.
That's, say Motley Fool, for example. If somebody subscribes to it in this church, you can share that with people. Motley Fool, I will subscribe to it. I stopped the subscription, and they keep sending me every month. So for the last 3 years, I keep receiving, and I keep my mouth shut. I stopped it, they sent me email, but for some reason, and you can just share that with people. One person here can share with the rest of us. So I think that app answers it a little bit, actually. Yeah, good question.
Okay, so I have a compound question, but I'll conjugate it. I'll conjugate it into one. Okay.
And I'll conjugate your answer as well.
Okay, so one thing is you mentioned that you can put your savings in the stock account without investing it. So would you advise that your emergency fund can actually sit in this place because you can take it out at any time, but also in a subtle way it keeps working because you get some dividends on it? The conjugal part of that, the conjugation to that question is if you would you advise to actually have investments mainly in Nigeria? And what I mean investments now, I mean land investments, because like Damola said, the currency is devaluing, so even if your land keeps appreciating over the years, in a way, it's actually still devaluing, compared to the hard currency. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I think if you want to put your emergency fund sitting inside your stock account, it's okay, as long as you don't get one day you suddenly see an opportunity and you say it's there, let me quickly use it. Your emergency fund should be easily accessible, that when you need it you can get it, but it shouldn't be something that is tempting you also. So yeah, dodgy stuff, but it could be okay. As far as investing back in some of our home countries, I'll definitely say worth looking at properly. There are big pluses in places like Nigeria and Cameroon, Ghana, some of those places. There are big pluses, but watch it. Most of the stories I've heard is people being cheated. And it happens because we're these gullible Europeans now, where for us, handshake means there's a contract here, is sure. The mindset of dealing in many of those places is completely different. But if you can sort out all of those logistical issues, returns are definitely higher than what we have here. Tax is definitely not like what we have here. So if you have the opportunity of access to those markets, don't just abandon it. So a good part of what we do today is back at home in Nigeria as well. But make sure your eyes are very open, very open. Is my answer to that. Last one.
I'll go back to the question I asked yesterday about maybe I want to buy a land, and I want to buy a land, and maybe the land is probably maybe 20,000 euros. I don't have the money. I need to save up. But from what you said, and also you also said that today, that can you give me an example of that?
Of a low risk investment.
Yes,
bonds.
But for instance, maybe I want to buy my land in the next 2 years. Bond is like 10 to
2
15
years.
years.
There are 2-year bonds. 2-year bonds, 5-year bonds, 10-year bonds, 15-year bonds.
And is it not fixed? Like, can I be adding to it every month?
No. You buy a certificate and that's it.
Yeah, so I'm saving up to buy land.
So you cannot use bonds for that. So what to do is, if you're going to buy a piece of land that you want to buy in 2 years' time, that's too long an horizon to be saving 200 euro every month. Keep on using your money to do things. The moment that you actually take money out of circulation is when I'm going to use this thing in the next 3 to 6 months. Then I take it out of circulation. But I'm going to use it in 2 years' time. And I now keep it dormant for 2 years. No. That's why you put it into bonds. Something that will not, you'll not lose your capital, but you may not gain on it. That's actually how to deal with it. Generally you will hear me that I'm really very, savings is age-long wisdom, but it doesn't fit today. Those were the days when banks paid you 5% interest on your savings. Today, they pay you 0.something%. Show me the bank. Which bank? If a bank pays you 3.75% on your savings, put your money there. Because even stock market, what does it pay you? But I can tell you, that bank that pays you that kind of interest rate today, I don't know how they do it. How much do they borrow money at the central bank to be able to pay you? Trying to pull people. No. So if they do that today, please use it very much because it will end. There is no way it continues. It will definitely end. So that's them just trying to pull people. So if they do that, use it. If your money is saved there, for sure.
Okay, another round of applause for Pastor. Yes, I think now we need to go on break.
We'll make it only a 5-minute break
Okay,
and
5
come back
minutes
to
break.
case 2.
So if you want to stretch your leg, use the bathroom, take water at the back. So we'll be back by 12:30.
We did it, Laulu. I'm sorry. We need to
Please, let's come back. Let's take our seats. Please, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Let's go to the next item. Please, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Yeah. So,
Okay,
yeah,
it's
we
gone.
are in-
It's gone again. Oh. No, but don't, because we will now take time to.
You should not be done.
Hallelujah.
Please, let's settle down. We're about to start.
All right, let's settle. Let's settle. We're going into case studies now. I'm trying to wait for everyone to settle. All right, we're going to break into two groups again. Again, your choice. I think it was organic last time, so let's hope it does the same thing this time. So this is real estate in the first group. What you're going to do is you're going to assume now you're ready to buy your own house, the first roof over your head. And when you get to your group, you'll see the description of the situation, and then you will use those steps that I gave us, you use them to determine what kind of payment can we make, what kind of calf price can be the calf price that we're looking for, what kind of savings should we have. And then I want you to spend the last 5 minutes when you've determined this is what this person needs. Is it a flat? Is it a house? What can he buy? What kind of repayment will it be? When you've determined that, now go online and find one or two properties that are like that. So that if, for example, you finish and you say this man is going to buy a house for 200,000 and the house will be a 4-bedroom Einfamilien house. Okay, let's go and look and see, does that exist in Berlin? And then when you come back to report, you will show us very briefly what that house looks like. So that's group one, which will be on this side. We're looking for a roof over our own head. Group two is going to be, I already have my roof over my head. I want to start real estate investment of rental property. What you're going to do in that group is I'm giving you 2 properties online that you will open them and you will screen them and say, at this good point to start my investment, does this cut for that group? I need to come in there and show us one slide from my slide pack again to quickly see those things that we're using for screening. I cannot show anything on the screen right now while they're there, right? Okay, that's fine. I'll come there and show that. So quickly, roof over your head this way, rental that way. Roof over my head this way, rental that way. Okay, doesn't it?
see, I'm sitting with these people is what you're saying. I shouldn't even do that. Let's put it all together.
Please, let's round off. Mr. Today, please, let's settle. Let's get our seats, please. We are way behind schedule. Please, let's sit down. Michael.
Please, let's start with for sake of time, please let them finish it quickly, 3 minutes, before we ask questions.
Hi. So, I think it would be nice to actually have the slides that point to those questions that were there. But if we don't have it, I think what I would do is, so the decision was to choose between a house or a flat. And I think at the beginning, many of us sentimentally chose a house because we just like the fact that we have the structure to ourselves. But there were arguments that flats are cheaper. Flats could be cheaper because of costs, right? The cost is split in apartments as compared to houses where you manage the full cost yourself. But I think the pros and cons, we started arguing that, okay, the noise control and all of that, and
natural preference is that they want something of their own, and that's why we chose a house. So it's not economically backed, rather. It's more of a sentimental reason. Then, looking at the income, I think the family earns about 7,000, right? And we say they could basically, from 150K, they could easily get 700K, which is below the 5 to 7x, but they could get 700K from the bank. But you don't have to use everything, right? So what we decided to do was try not to go too far from your current rent, which is 1.6, right? So we're thinking if we add like additional 400 euros to the 1.6, and that's 2K. So if you're paying 2K per month on mortgage, and then you scale it up, you'll probably be paying about 400K, which is a bit shy of the 700K, not a bit actually, 300K shy. And after doing that, we said, okay, nice, we have 400K, but can that actually get us something? So we decided to check online, and then we saw somewhere in Schmuckwitz. It's about $399, but it's a nice place, really cozy and all of that. So it's doable. Then the next thing is, how do we pay this? And we considered two options. Option one is they have 40K, right? And that's the money they save towards the apartment. So it's not considered their emergency funds. That's sorted in Baustein. This is the money saved towards the apartment. So basically, they could use 40K I think we came up with 72K as the total money to start to process the house and all of that. So they could get the full money from the bank, but that's a lot. You're going to pay more interest. Or they could pay the 42K. They could pay the 40K rather. They could do a deposit of 40K and count Neben Kosten, right? Kosten, yeah. 8%, which is about 32K. So in total, they have about 72K. How they want to do it, I think we argued mostly for this one, but they could also go with the full loan with the bank. Yeah. Those were the decisions we made. And current IR, did we do the calculation? Yes, 4%, sorry. It's not here.
It's there, right on top.
So, yeah. Sorry. 4%, and the actual is the value I need. My head is not doing the math at the moment.
Your calculation is there. 6 divided by 100 times this comes to 2,000.
Yeah. Oh, the 2,000 we talked about. Yes, the 2,000 exactly. Then, I think that's it basically. If you're confused, let me know.
So are you asking them? Because I see what you're saying is they should buy this house for 400,000. And so are you asking them to then save further to get 72,000 to be able to pay, and then they get 100% from the bank? Is that the...
Yes, that was...
So it's wait until you can have your 72,000.
Yeah, we are not running the race. Yeah. That's a very good question. So she, would echo it. She said, what if the cost price of the apartment, increases when you're ready?
Yeah, don't allow yourself that race. When you're ready, whatever is on the market at that time,
yes.
It could be less as well. And in any case, that house will not wait for you. It will be gone. But don't do these things emotionally.
Yes, exactly. That was what I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, who is speaking for them?
OG was our coordinator.
Samson, go and speak for that group quickly, please.
What am I supposed to say? Okay, so
I think I spoon-fed that group too much, is why now you don't even have a plan.
yes, I think we. Wait. This was the sex. So in our group, we looked at trying to buy rental property. So you already have a roof over your head, and we're trying to look at buying a rental property. And we looked at 2 properties, but before then, we looked at those 2 properties. Okay, thank you. Before then, there were 4 points that we wanted to use to screen. If we could go back to, no. After that, this were the 4 points we used to actually screen properties. So the first one is that you have a positive cash flow. So it's basically simple. We already know how much you will pay as mortgage from the bank. We already calculated that earlier by 500 is 100,000 euros. And you can add that to management fees, which is like the house guild. And you always want to ensure that the rental income is more than the addition, the sum of the 2. We talked about location. A lager, B lager, C lager. A lager would be like a very big city like Berlin, Hamburg. B would be a city that is smaller than A lager, 200,000 Wohnheimer. And C would be like a Dorf, that's the way I pictured it, but maybe not a very small Dorf, maybe like 100,000, 50,000 people. And we said that factor 15, you want to look at, that would be your calf price divided by the yearly income, which basically is the rent you're getting from the people. So if you're getting 1,000 euros every month, your yearly income will be 12,000 euros multiplied by 12. And the calf price will be how much you're buying to buy the house. And ideally, you want to keep that 15 for a C lager, and that's why there's 15C, and 25 for an A lager. And also the last point, you want to compare your annual cash flow divided by the investment, which is how much money you are putting into the house or the apartment at the time where you're buying it. So if you look at this 4, we used these 4 points to actually screen 2 apartments. I don't know if we're going to show those 2 apartments somewhere. You've taken the TV away. Sorry. Okay, so the first one, maybe I'll just look at here. The first one was 230,000 calf price. And we said that it was in Berlin, so if it's Berlin from the, can you go back? Can you go back 1 slide, please? Okay, sorry. I will just, so we said that for A lager, you want to have 25, so keep that also at the back of your mind. This apartment was in Berlin, it's 230,000. You get 405 rent from the apartment every month. And
So
we
this
said
is not me.
We said, no.
That's not me. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm trying to show the apartment.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. We said that the management fee, which is the house girl that I talked about earlier, is 100 euros. So that means already, if you sum up your 1,150, which you'll be paying to the house, right? No, wait a minute. 1,150, which you will be, I didn't write this, I need to know what, okay. You'll be paying 1,150 as mortgage, and you will be earning, you'll be paying also 100 fee in house guild for the apartment. By the time you sum this up, this is already greater than how much money you'll be getting from the house. So it definitely doesn't fit with the screening plan that we shared about. So, and we're talking about the fact that the house is already too expensive, so you cannot make this work. The second house that we looked at was no, sorry. Is he here? Okay, thank you. The second house that we looked at was actually a block of apartments, a block of flats in a place called Gera. That's my first time of hearing that place in Germany. And then we said that it had like 7 apartments. The total income of the place is 1,529. And one thing we learned about Gera was the fact that it's a DOF and that it is sea lager. So if you remember from the explanation about the lager that I talked about, it is sea lager, but it's booming right now because of Amazon moving there, and it's somewhere between BC. It's not B, but it's also not completely C. So it's promising. People are moving there. You get from 7 apartments, 1,529 euros from 7 apartments. So now if we think about financing this apartment, that's going to be roughly 1,550 for your mortgage every month, which is what we wrote here at 6%. So you're paying the bank 1,550. So we're going to go through the points together, and then we see if it works. And then that would be where I'm going to stop. So we said the first thing you want to ensure is that you have a positive cash flow. Your rental income is greater than how much you pay the bank and the management fees. So we said this is how much you're going to be paying the bank, so 1,550, and we said that you're going to add your management fees, and I think this is probably about 10%, so we can say you are paying 150. So if you add 150 to that, this is going to be 1,007. So 1,007 is already greater than 1,529, but you see that it's relatively close. So one thing that we finished the group with was Pastor telling us that you most likely will not find a house that fits the 4 screening points at once. You'll probably find something that you would be able to maybe adjust and move around. So for something that has like a 7 apartments like this, you are thinking, is there anyone who is moving out soon that you can probably adjust the rent and gain more money, and then you're able to balance the rental income with the amount you're going to pay. So that's the first point. The second point we said was, this is a sea lager, so we already concluded that this is a sea lager because it's in Gera. The factor, so the sea lager, because it's sea lager, you want to make sure that your factor is between 15, is not more than 15. And that would be us calculating the calf price divided by the yearly income. So this is our monthly income. If you multiply that by 12, you get the yearly income, right? And then the calf price, we calculated it to be 16.8. And remember, we said that the factor should be 15C. So if it's 16.8, it's not so bad. And you have to also think about the fact that you can also still negotiate this down a bit. So at the end of the day, maybe you're not paying 310, 290, 280, depending on how good your negotiation skills are. The last point that I want to talk about is the ROI, return on investments. We want to, the return on investment. So we want to talk about that is your annual cash flow divided by your investment. So you have to think about how much you are going to invest. You remember that we said that this property had a maklar and it was 5.9% maklar thereabout. So one of the things you have to think about is, okay, maybe you negotiate and say, sorry, I'm not going to pay for the maklar, or maybe you negotiate and say, half, I'm going to pay half, I'm going to pay 1% or 2%, and the owner pays the remaining. Because if you do that, your annual cash flow is going to be, this is the income you get from rent times 12. If you do that and then you divide it by the investment, we calculated this to be your 8%, which is from the Grundbuch, Steuer, Nota, and the likes. If you add this 18,000, which is from the makler, that's going to be 42,008. You divide that by the annual cash flow, which is 1529 times 12. This is going to be too high, but if you think about the fact that if you remove the makler costs and it's just 24,008 divided by the annual, then you probably are able to balance the book and the rental. This property makes a little bit more sense. So one has to just find a way to move it around in such a way that it's a little bit clear. Are you asking me a question, Pastor? It's Pastor Abi. Pastor will answer. Yeah. Thank you.
We can take just very few questions. We're running against time.
Okay, if you have questions, please, can you go to that side? Please. We have 3 already, so that's why I wanted, so that we don't have people joining again. You can already start.
But do we have questions on our schedule for this time?
No, that's the point.
Okay, very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Since you came.
Based on the last analysis, I looked at the annual cash flow, and it's still a little bit hazy for me, because it was based on the rent itself. Because when you look at annual cash flow, it should be all the deductions and what is left that you can then calculate your real return on investment. So I'm now thinking, is that a real representation of what you should be calculating? Or
No. So that's a good question. Remember what I told you? This is screening. This is my first screening to say, is this even worth looking at? So for this first screening, I'm just looking at my rental income, and I'm looking at the bank fees and the management fees. When I now decide this is worth looking at, we didn't have time for that today. There is now a different spreadsheet into which I put all this in. And I'm now looking at the totality, including taxes, including what? Including calculating out of 7 Wohnungen, I want to assume 1 will always be empty, and all of that. That will now give me something that jumps out at me, where I can now go back to the owner and say, you want to sell your house at 300,000. Thank you. My calculations show me that it will really fly at 270. And that person selling, remember, is also most likely an experienced person. He knows that same calculation. So when you're talking to him, he knows that you know what you're talking about. And he didn't put out his house at the least he can sell it. He's also put a premium on it. And both of us are talking, understanding each other, we know where we'll land. So this is initial screening. If this doesn't pass, don't even waste your time on it.
Okay, let me just use. I think the last criteria for the screening is the return on investment, and it's still a bit confusing. So based on the example we looked at, the annual cash flow from that property,
18,000 plus.
Yeah, 18,500 roughly, and then the investment is around 42,000.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling to understand why. So if you calculate that based on the formula, it's 42%. So, and then the criteria is 6 to 12%. So it's actually not matching. So
that can be 42%.
Annual cash flow is 18 divided by investment of 42,000 multiplied by 100. So that's 0.4 to multiply by 100. Sorry, it's me, not. Thank you.
You've answered your question.
It's about the second house. If it's in a booming area, and I see that the repayment for the loan is a bit greater than the money for the rental, is it reasonable to do Airbnb? If it's in a booming area.
Remember what we said? If you're looking for something to be working, you're looking for a second job, then Airbnb is fine. But if you're looking for an investment where you sleep and your money is working,
can't you sleep and that will work for you?
who is doing your cleaning for you? Who is doing your... So there's nothing wrong with it as long as you are clear. This is not this money just working for me. This is something, it's okay, I'll make money from it, but I will have to work in it, or maybe find somebody to clean it, do whatever. If you do the calculations and it flies in a big city, why not? If it is allowed, but what you find is many times Airbnb themselves, their fees and all that might make it not fly many times. All right, very good. Are we still together? How is the energy level? Yes. So we've done this now. We're going into our final session. So the first thing in our final session, one thing I wanted to do on real estate was this, to see if there's appetite for it. I want us to create a group, as if there are not enough WhatsApp groups and all that, of people who have bought their first property, say in the last 2-3 years, plus people who are looking to buy in the next 2 to 3 years. Create such a WhatsApp group where we put real things. Of course, we're just here for a few hours today, where we can somebody can put something and say, everybody look at this for me, or something like that, and we can create a network like that. Will there be an appetite for that? So it won't be, I'm planning to buy in 10 years. You're not welcome. I'm planning to do something in 2 years. And if you are there for 2 years and you don't do anything, we'll kick you out. Yeah, we'll kick you out. Or else, I mean, what is the what? Faith. We'll create a group for faith. but this one is for action. But I it might be one of the things to come out with, but I'll have a thought about that. But I think it will be useful for us. So taxes, understanding taxes. This one I'll go online and just do a simple demonstration is how I'll do this one. So most people will note Gehalt Pungde. Oh, it's not showing my screen again. Help me. No. I'm fine with this. Very good. Okay. So we can all see this. Bruttogehalt. So this is a simple thing that sort of helps us to understand. So let's take somebody who earns, these are all kind of numbers that I've played with. Let's say this person has a monthly 70,000 would be nice. But every year, this is brutto, okay? So this is before tax income. Lohnsteuerklasse. That's the main thing I want us to understand here. We can see this. This explains to us very clearly the different classes. So class 1 is you're single or you are permanently separated or you are somebody with only limited, your partner only has a limited income. So this is where you are in class 1. That's your Lohnsteuerklasse. Class 2 is you are aligned Etiende. So you have some rebates in class 2. So you have children and you don't have another partner or your partner is dead. Class 3 is you're a couple, but there's a difference in your income. There's a clear difference in the income. So the partner that earns the higher will be in class 3, while the partner that earns the lower will go to class 5. So class 5 is the partner that earns deutlich geringen. Class 4 is you're married and your income is roughly equal to each other. It doesn't have to be exactly equal, but roughly equal to each other. You will then be doing class 4. Class 6 is you are doing 2 jobs. Your first job will go into whatever class it goes to here. There's a second job. It will now be on class 6, where class 6 is the worst tax regime. So if you do a second job, the second job is taxed in a terrible manner because of what you find here. If both partners are not payee, both of you are business people or something, you have the option of doing what they call a Zusammenveranlagung, where both of your incomes are not seen as separate, where one goes in 3, one goes in 5. It's pooled together and is then taxed as one person's income. So that would be in a case where, say, both of you are business people or something like that, you do a Zusammenveranlagung. So these are those tax classes. You need to understand where you are as a couple or as a person, where is the place that should be. Because, say the guys, I was actually very impressed yesterday when I asked how many people look at these things in your payslip, what tax class are they using for me? And it was a majority of the people. Because I know that when I started life, I didn't even understand some of these things. Whatever they just gave me, I just took until I began to look and challenge things. And you find people in HR or in accounting department of your company, they don't care about you that much. They will just use the same template for everybody. And it may not be what is working for you. So that is, let's click that away. So for this man that we're looking at, let's assume both of them are working and this guy has a better income, so he goes into class 3. So if you have children, you will have to also decide which one of us takes the children on. You can't cater for your children, both of you. So if you have 2 children, for example, I can't account for 2 and my wife accounts for 2. So usually the person that earns more should take on the children so that's why you're accounting for it. You can actually, the law allows you to split your children. So if you have 2, I can take 1.5, you take half. Actually allows you to do that. You can split it. We're talking money. So let's say here, this guy takes, so you can see here, 0, 1.5 children, 2.5 children. So you can take 2 children. Church. Somewhere you need, if when you came to this country, the first time you came and you were filling your forms and getting your visa, there's a formula you fill somewhere and they said religion and you put evangelisch or catholic or something like that. You're automatically registered for church tax, which is I think 1.4% or something like that. If that's what you did, you need to officially go back to Finance Amt and do an outstreet from the church, or else church tax is being removed from your income and sent to Evangelische Kirche and Katholische Kirche for the bishop. And so look properly and be sure you are not. So for me, for example, when I came to this country, I feel that I'm evangelisch. That's all I understood. And then I saw when I started earning that church tax was being removed, I had to properly go to Finance Amt and write if there's a formula for it. And you say, I am no longer, I'm not doing it again. So be sure that you don't have that. So here we say no, I don't have church. So remember, it's 70K is class 3. Depending on some part of your tax goes to the federal government, some part of it goes to the state government, and that's why you choose where you live. So you live in Berlin. This part of it is just the website trying to do advertisements. So we put something there. They want to force us. We'll just put it. So this is Krankenkasse. You can choose. Everybody automatically goes into the legal, but you can choose, no, I don't want it. I want to go private. If you go private, you keep a lot of your money. But like we said today, when you go private once, you are never in your life coming back to the government scheme. And later in life, the difference in the private is you pay less. But later in life, some things may not be covered. Some things are covered there, some things are not covered there. You find yourself almost like living in America where you have to start paying for health. Whereas in the government one, practically everything is covered. So you think about that very well. So we stay in the government one for now. Please give me internet again. It is not. It is not you. Lalu, come and help me again. The other what? No. That's the one I'm using, but I need it to. Where is he? No, it's disconnected. Okay, so. Just hold on. Where is it again? Okay, So it gives us results here. You're looking at this man with his 70,000, and he takes home under 50 of it. And a big part of that, if you look at, okay, all of this that is removed from it, where is it actually going? What's the breakdown? So you can see, if you look at it on the month level, so his total income is almost 6,000 a month. But the breakdown of what is going out is paying about 650 in tax on it, and his total insurance, because insurance is broken down then into the health insurance, the care insurance, and the pension part of it. All of this is about 1,000. If you put all these last four together, it's about 1,000 that goes into it, because his income is more than 4,007. Is on the maximum here. Spend about 1,000. You can argue that this part of it is going to himself. It's going into his pension. It's not going to the government. A big part of it is. So if you look on a yearly level, his 70K easily becomes 48. If we now go back and so remember that 70K, if that guy is on, say, class 6, on that same money, everything else, the same thing. Remember, he was taking home about 48, 49 out of it. See where he is. 36 out of his 70K. So that you will not say they're taking half of your money is why it's more than half. I wanted to, because so if somebody mistakenly puts a class 6 on your payee slip, it will damage you if you don't. So that's that class. What other factors can we look at? Children, if you change it, makes a very little part of it. The city you're living in makes a little part of it. The biggest factor of it all is your loan share class. That's the biggest factor. So if you take a class 5 for this guy, so remember in class 3 is taking home 48, 49. In class 5 is taking home 37. So class 5 you will only use if you have a partner who is using class 3. And the best thing to do is if you can just do an official Zusammenveranlagung, where in the eyes of the taxman you become one person, then everything is pulled together to one person and all of your total income can go into a class 3. But say you work in different companies, how are you going to manage that? How are you going to get both companies to talk to each other to pull you together? It doesn't fly. So the only way you can do that is get all your pay slips at the end, take it back to a Steuerberater, who then does a tax return for you together and tries to claim money back from the government. At the end of the day, you have to look at what you pay in compared to what you want to claim back, if it's worth doing it at all. So the best thing is make sure we understand these things and make these decisions very clearly at the start in anything that you're doing. You're a businessman, you're whatever, tax. We're talking stocks. We were talking about this morning, when you make any profit on your stocks, how many people know what interest tax rate the government is collecting? No, 25%. If you sell anything, you make any profit, 25% of it. But what happens is, when you've paid that 25% on tax, at the end of the year, when you do your tax clearance, you put all of those that you've paid on stocks you sold together with it. It becomes part of your total tax package and helps you. But you have to know, if you're going to be selling stocks and you're going to be making money on it, there is a Freibetrag that everybody has. I think it's now €1,000 per person. If you are together, 2,000 plus or something like that. Make sure, this is where the danger is with having separate platforms. So what I generally do is, most of what I do, I'll do on one platform, put the whole of my Freibetrag on that one platform, so that the first €1,000 profit you make in a year is tax-free. After that, you start paying. And if you now sell something at a loss on the stock market, it's Gegenverrechnet to the one you sold before at a profit where you pay tax. Does that make sense to us? So there are times when, because I know I've sold things this year where I've paid tax, I'll intentionally sell something off even though it's still at a loss, knowing that it will be recalculated together as a total package. And it might end up not being a loss. because I've done other things that year. But it's only on a yearly basis. I can't calculate that for last year. So tax, keep it in your mind. Be thinking about tax and whatever you are doing is what I'm trying to say here. All right, I think that will do for taxation. Any questions? No, okay, questions later. Let's go and do retirement planning, which is our last session, and then we'll take questions, and then we're ready to go. So, how many people have an idea of when they want to retire? How many people even think about retirement here? You think about retirement. That's good. That's good. Is it out of laziness or out of... When I got my first proper job, because I've had all kinds of jobs, I was a professional teller vasher. I was a Zimmer Mädchen, Zimmer Junge. You people don't know, most of you here don't know any of those kind of things. But when I got my first proper job, I was 28, and I said, I'm going to retire at 40. 40. I'm going to retire at 40. And I was serious, I was not joking. But 40 came. So let's leave that story there. So retirement. The scripture that guides me as far as retirement is concerned is Ecclesiastes 7 verse 8, where the Bible says, better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. And the thing there is your life, my life. And the end must be better. And we have to then plan and prepare for that. Let nobody here say, I'm too young. Actually, if you're hearing this while you're yet young, it's a lot better for you than when you're too old. So, like I was talking about, you have to choose your target exit date. I want everybody here to already, in your mind, choose a realistic exit date that you can sit down. We're going to go into an Excel sheet in a few minutes. You can sit down and make a plan. Not just, I like to. If you ask me, when do I like to retire? Yesterday. But when can I realistically retire? I have to sit down and plan it. So we plan for it. Don't let it be. What happens at retirement, your normal work income will end. That's the not so nice part of it. But now you can start to live life. Is there anybody who is dreaming about retirement? Oh, very nice. I already have the cabrio that I'm going to be driving. Small cabrio. All these children are gone. Small 2-door cabrio. I'll be driving around Brandenburg, just enjoying evenings. Oh. If you have a purpose for one like me that I want to do the work in church, you can now really start living life, the real life, is what is the positive of retirement. So let's ask ourselves, there are a few questions we must ask. 5 of them I want to put to you that will help us to plan retirement and start now. First one is, when I retire, how much do I need? How much do I need in retirement? Ask yourself now. Forget questions about inflation and all that. All that just complicates your... If I retire today, what do I need? Hopefully, by the time you retire, every major outflow has ended. You cannot get to retirement and you don't have a roof over your head. No. It's not okay. You can't get to retirement and have some loan somewhere. By the time you get to retirement, your requirement should not be more than food. Shelter is taken care of. There's only other bills, utilities that you're dealing with. Having to be able to go on holiday 2-3 times a year or whatever you want to do with your life, buy gifts for grandchildren. All these things that are a must, they must be gone by retirement. That's why I keep on hammering down on all these pay off any debt. pay off any debt. Don't carry these things. When we get to retirement, or whatever age it is, nobody remembers the kind of car you were driving when you were 35. Nobody remembers any of these things anymore. All those things, useless stuff, that all of them impacting on when we get to this point, how are we? So I'm asking you, how much do I need? All those major things are gone, but I want to be able to maintain my current level of life. If I was able to afford this, by the time I retired, I want to still be able to afford to do that, to eat this, to do that, to live here, to all of those things I still want to be able to afford when I get to retirement. So everybody should be really asking themselves, today I have a very clear idea of what I need if I retired. With all of major outflows gone, this is what I need by the time I retire, and I make my plans based on that. So first question, how much is needed? Second question is for question one, that how much is needed. Where will it come from? Two sources. First one is your pension. Remember when we looked at taxation, we saw that 500 amount in that guy's money that went to his Renteversicherung. So that builds, and we'll get to look at pension and how it works in a few minutes. So in the past, 40, 50 years ago, when people work for 30, 40 years, they had a pension, they could live on it. It's no longer the case. Even the government would tell you to go and do your own Altersvorsorge because your official pension does not measure up anymore. It just doesn't anymore. So, but at least, if you have worked, something will come from it. I'll mention later, but let me say it at this point. I know people that work, they call it black. They're working black. I don't know why they call bad things black. If you enter the train, you don't have a ticket, they say you're a Schwarzfahrer. If you work and you don't properly record your work and properly pay tax, you feel smart. So if I go and work somewhere, and I don't record that I'm working there, and the person I'm working for also say, let's just do this black. So for me, all of the money I should have paid as tax and health insurance and rent versichering, I don't pay. Everything comes to me. So I feel empowered. I feel like I'm cheating the system. I'm okay. I'm just a fool. I'm cheating myself. Because the guy that employs me and says, let's do it black, you think he's doing it for me? No. Because if he records my work properly, part of, that part where I have to pay rental versicherung, pay Krankenversicherung, he has to match it as well. So as I'm contributing to it, he is contributing to it. So the reason he's asking me to do that is not for me. It's to make sure that he only pays me what he pays me. He doesn't do anything to my social versicherung. Doesn't pay any of that. That's all that is going on there. And when I do that. When I get to the end and I retire, every of this money is going to my portfolio of my pension. Fortunately, we live in a country like this. The major advantage of living in this country is not that there's always light and all of those things. It's what we have as pension system that is secured. And there we are, many times as foreigners, you think you are playing the system. Business people do that as well and all that, and you don't ever. Please be careful, because at the end of the day, that official pension will have to play a big role. But then you will have to also think and have a plan for yourself. So we'll be talking today about stock market. I'll come back to it a little bit in this private Vorsorge that you have to think about. So that's number one is how much do I need? Number two is where is it going to come from? Number three is the question, okay, based on all this, when should I start planning for retirement? When? Does anybody know what that AEAP is? As early as possible, which is basically now. If you haven't started thinking and planning retirement, as early as possible. For anybody that is older than 40, you're already late if you haven't started planning. For anybody younger than 40, let's start it now. For anybody older than 40, you need to really start, because 40 basically means you've gone more than halfway of your working life. So you're already late at it. So all of the story about cutting expenses now and all that begins to affect your thinking of retirement. Remember when I said that I'm no longer the guy who is looking for growth stocks anymore. That's part of my Umschalten to retirement mode. So I'm not looking for cash flow. I'm not looking to get money out of it to do anything right now. All I'm thinking about is building something towards retirement now. So that change to retirement flow is where I'm not risking a lot anymore. I'm just now looking for things that for sure is bringing me dividend. For certain is bringing me dividend. So at different stages of life, you begin to assess your portfolio very critically and say, okay, what am I really after? Remember I was showing us Warren Buffett, how they built this thing over the last 40 years, very detailed, very focused, and gradually becomes that portfolio. So if I'm thinking of retirement already, I'm thinking differently. So that's question 3. Question 4 is linked to question 2, where we say, where will the money come from? We said it's from your pension, and it's also going to come from your private Vorsorge. So the question to everybody here is, do you know your pension situation? You know, every year, we all get that summary. I'll show that in a minute. But say this again, all this working black. If you're somebody who you work in a company and all that, a serious company, there is even no room for that. It happens automatically. But if you're somebody who does ad hoc things around, be very, very careful. So let's look at, okay, we're saying here, for every business person, you don't have that rented physician, you don't have all of that. Please make your own plan properly. Make your plan yourself. Make your plan. If you're a business person, make your plan yourself. I say that to us. So, how many people understand the rente bescheid? So everybody gets, every year, you get your rente bescheid, which is, this is your result. This is where you are. So, it looks like this. You cannot read it properly, but you get a letter that looks, it always has this format. The couple of things that I need is, you see a number here, that first number, so everybody go, do you people remember receiving a letter like this? From Rente Versicherung, it will come. You received it, you just threw it in the toilet. Everybody gets it every year. For example, for 2023, very soon, next few weeks, it will come. It will give you your status, your pension status at the end of the year. Everybody gets it every year. And it will have here your Rente Versicherungsnummer number. There will be a couple of numbers there. Here, it will tell you your official retirement date. That is the date the government plans for you to retire. I think it's 67 for men, 65 for women now. So that date will be there. That's the date when you can properly start getting that money. Then it now give you a couple of numbers. The first number here is if you were to become incapacitated today and you cannot work anymore for an accident or whatever, based on your contributions till now, this is how much you will be receiving. It will give you that number. The next number it will give you a number that says, if you stopped contributing today, you don't work anymore. You stopped contributing. You can't get pension yet. But when you reach pension age, based on what you contributed in the past, this is how much you will be getting. This is that second number. The third number is an assumption that says, if you continue contributing at this same rate until you turn 65 or 67, this is how much will be your pension. So in this example I'm looking at here, this person is a real high earner and ends up with about 2,000 plus in a year. In a month, it was it comes to. So this, you will get this sheet from them every year to give an idea of, if I stay at this level, this is how much it's going to be. So you have a rough idea. Take this number here and say, okay, I'm going to keep working until I retire, and I take that number. Is that number okay? Is it enough for what I need? If it is not enough for what I need to survive, then we have to do something. Is this understandable to everybody? Please go home, look through your files, find this letter. And then from now on, when it comes, don't throw it away. File it every year and be looking at it. So, for me, for example, I get this letter, and here in these places here, I have 150 euro. Is because I have only worked in this country, properly working for about 2 years. So if you look at this for me, I better help myself. Seriously. The last time I looked at it for last year, I've not received the one for 23. It was 180 euro that I'll be getting every month. Those were the things I did when I was a student and things like that. So if I wait for that, you know there's trouble. For you, I think it'll be more. Okay, so question 5 is 1 minus 4. Question 1 is how much do I need? Question 4 is how much is coming from my pension. If there is a gap, how do I make up for that gap? This is really now where we start retirement planning. This is what I'm asking everybody to start thinking about now. Go home, find that letter, what is in my pension? What do I think I will need? There will be a gap. And you have to start thinking about it. So, the places where we can pull can I put enough in stocks that I can do what is called a pull and grow? I'll explain pull and grow in a few minutes. When you get to retirement and you have stocks where you can be pulling money from it while it is growing, all at the same time. Is there any other income I have that does not require me working? Say I have rental property. That's why we're looking at rental property today. Do I have enough that grows to the point where I can be earning some money from it? I mentioned back here again, some of us are involved in one-man businesses. You know, one-man business, there's no retirement date. It's a dangerous thing. My mother is almost 80, and just this last year was when we were able to finally get her to hands of running a business. And that is a journey that began 10 years ago, where all the children started saying, it's time to stop this. This doesn't work. And no, she was, I have to go. And then come and visit your children. Hey, but I cannot stay more than 1 month because, you see, my shop, they will, all of those things. And then it took us 10 years. And finally, this last year, very painfully, she told me finally, she said, Udu me. And I said, Mom, it's not okay to work until you die. It's not proper. And so we began to point, and she said it to herself. She said, look, I remember in 1976, I was a nurse at the hospital, and all of those, my colleagues that stayed working as nurses, when I left to go and start my own business, they retired many years ago. So the one-man business can be a trap, a real trap that makes you just keep doing this thing. So let's really be careful. That's why I've been trying to say, look, your business is not an investment. It's just your work. There's no difference between it and someone that goes to somebody else's office at the end of the day. So let's really be careful with that. Okay, let's look at this statement as we look at pull and grow in making up for the gap. So this is a factual statement from the 8th of January of this year. It says, the average yearly return on the S&P 500, so a body of 500 companies that make up this index, is about 10% over the last 100 years. Remember I was talking about these patients. So if you take a year, you can take a snapshot of a year and it's a loss. Just take what it does over the last 100 years, it's doing about 10.5% per annum. And this is the data as at the end of last year. In this data is the assumption that any dividends are reinvested. So you are not taking it, you are just, whatever comes. So you are not there to generate cash flow. You are there to plan retirement. It's a different mindset entirely. So you take it, you flush it back. Adjusted for inflation, this average looks like about 7.4% is. So in real numbers, more than 10%, but if you adjust for inflation, about 10%. Keep that in mind as we now think of, I can use the stock market as a retirement plan. If I keep this in mind and I stop doing this gambling with companies I just started yesterday, all these companies that came into the market 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they're still very risky. And they offer a lot more, but very seriously, S&P 500, a company doesn't just get into that index by being there for 2 years. Stable companies. If I do ETFs that are linked to S&P 500, I can plan like this. So we're going to go into an Excel sheet, and I want you to follow me if you can. I'm trying to drag it again. Okay, so everybody can see this, right? Okay, so let's do something here. I want to try, let's begin with, in planning for my retirement, let's say today I am 45. Let's just say that I'm 45. In planning for, I want to retire at 65. Just throw numbers, everybody can play with those numbers. Let's say I want to retire at 65, and today I am 45. And I make a plan. And that plan is that over the next 10 years, I want to put aside, I want to have a portfolio that is valued at 50,000 on the stock market in ETFs, tracking S&P 500. If you understand me, say amen. We're getting close to Sunday, so we can start saying amen. The growth rate, I assume 8% of growth rate of that thing, that money that I put there. So at the time that I become 55, that's over the next 10 years, I build a portfolio of 50,000. Is that doable? Yes. Answer me now, people, is that doable? Okay, so it starts growing. Based on this growth rate, I don't touch it. Any dividends is plowed back. Everything goes back. And I now do something. Every year, I add another 12,000 to that portfolio that I have. So my portfolio is growing. At the end of the first year, I started with 50, added 12, and growth came, it became 66. By the time I get to 64, when I'm ready to retire, that pot is easily 280K. If I don't, so if I come here, my mouse is lost. If I remove all of this, and I just leave that 50K alone to be growing. By the time I'm 65, it would have become more than 100,000, just by itself, sitting in a proper pot over. So in the next 10 years, I build 50, and then I leave it there. For the next 10 years, it becomes 107. Now, at 65 years of age, I have 107, and I retire. When I retire, every year, I take out 32,000. So 32,000 taken out every year. Okay, no, let's say I take out what is 16,000 divided by 12? 1,300 roughly. So every month I'll come and I'll take out 1,300, that's 16,000 a year. The thing is growing by itself. How long do you think this money will last me if I just keep on taking out from it? So what I do here is I adjust what I'm taking out for inflation. So what I need, I adjust it with 2% inflation. How long do you think it will last me? So by the time we go there, this money will last me at that rate until I am 74. Who wants to die at 74? Nobody. So what do I need to do? Go back here, and every year, every month, put in 500 euros into that. Every month, 500 euros. That's 6,000 every year, is what you put in. That thing grows. We go back here and say, how long does it last me now? It lasts me until I'm 90. Does this make sense to all of us as we're looking at it? So if I can have a 50,000 portfolio, I build that over the next 10 years, I leave it there. Every month I put 500 to it. I put 500 to it. I can pull 1,300 from it every month until I'm 90. Assuming I'm somebody that I can actually afford to, over the next 10 years, build this to 100,000. Yeah? Over the next 10 years, I build this to 100,000. And after that, I can put 1,000 to it every month, which is 12,000 a year. That money grows significantly. And when I get to the same age, 65, I retire. Instead of this, I can now take out, let's say I take out 32,000 every year, so I can take out maybe like 2.5 or something from it every year. In addition to whatever I get from my pension, I take out from that. So I'm taking out from it and it's growing. I'm adjusting that for this. It takes me to by the time I turn 89, I still have money in that pot. It takes me to 90 years. Are these doable numbers? But they take discipline. They take somebody who has sat down and is making a plan and is saying, this is. So, again, somebody can come here and say, I don't want to work until I'm 65. So, I decide for myself, how old am I now? How much can I save over the next 10 years? Do I want to retire at that point? You can take this spreadsheet and then play with it and determine, I want to retire at that point. This is how much I can put aside. And this is how much I think I would need extra to be pulling from my retirement pot. And that pot will be there until you are 90. By the time you are 90, it's time to go. Maybe not. Does this make sense to us today, please? Can I say it another way? I don't know. That's retirement planning. Questions? The answer flying up.
So we have questions, the more questions, the more we stay here. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everybody, if you have questions, you have to go downstairs. 9, 10. I think, sir, should we reduce the number of questions?
10. That's okay. For now, let's start with 10. Because we're already, now we should be closing, but if you have questions, we'll take them quickly.
Because I was going to say that anybody that has asked questions
Let's start with people. No, they can come, but anybody that has not spoken at all today, we start with those ones. So the questions, don't go back asking about real estate and that. Now we're talking about tax and retirement. Where? That's what I'm talking about. All this spreadsheet is your private pension planning.
Okay, but there are some brokers that you can.
So the brokers are doing what I'm doing here for myself. They're doing this planning for you and saying, okay, if you put this here, do this and all that. So that's what I'm doing for myself. Because I'm avoiding to pay the broker's fee, basically, is what I'm doing. Unless you have a pot of, you have real money, yeah? And real money, you have a 250,000 cash pot that you want to invest. You can do it yourself.
Like when you work, sometimes you have a private pension. No, that's not. No, I'm not talking about company now. Private pensions.
Okay, add to it.
I think what she's referring to is the private pension plan where you can also take advantage of tax benefits. So for example, if I run this show myself, at the end of the day, if I'm taking out money, I have to pay capital gain tax of 25%. But if you go through the private pension plan, at the end of the day, during your retirement, so long as you've held that plan for more than 12 years at retirement, you only get taxed on 50% of the gain you made, and based on the tax rate. So there are tax benefits that apply. So you just have to compare whether it's worth doing it yourself or going through the brokers. So I think I've not done the full comparison, but I have a feeling that going through brokers and taking advantage of that tax benefits probably might also work.
It does work if you have a proper portfolio that is more than small money. If you have small money, gold on the market, invest it yourself, put it in a proper place yourself, avoid paying fees. What happens is I use what you're talking about for a part of my portfolio, but what happens is your brokers will get their fee. Either you make money or you don't make money. And so unless you have something real, if we're dealing with small money, do it yourself.
Not the same, but okay, so also there's this, the way I understand is there's the public, there's the company-based pension, and there's also private. For example, so the public is the one you pay with from the tax. For example, in my company, there's the company pension from Daimler, where you pay extra if you want to be part of that, and then they even do more for you. Now, there's also now the private there. For example, a startup in Berlin that is now doing private, and one of the things they want to do is invest your money largely in ETFs, and also use your money to actually fund startups. So, for example,
So that's what I'm saying. I know what you're talking about. There is the rental position room, which is by law. If you work in a good company, they have an extra pension fund, which you have a choice to contribute into or not. And then you can now say, okay, I'm going to go to this company, and I'm saying, unless you have real big money, why give your money to somebody to manage for you, and they're charging you fees and all that? You can do that yourself. That's what I'm saying. What they do is not magic. They are tracking S&P 500 index. That's what they're doing. And then charging a percentage on your money.
Yeah, because why I'm adding to that, because these people are claiming not to invest directly in ETFs, but like to invest in like startups.
Well, that means they're risking your money.
Yes, so my question is, did you factor in the taxes that you pay for each withdrawal yearly when you retire and the cost of inflation? Because if you do a calculation now and you can get like 7K yearly, I mean the cost 7K now and 7K in 20 years if you match it against inflation, and then taxes
So
that
if
you
you
pay.
see on that spreadsheet, what I'm doing is I'm adding a 2% inflation to what I withdraw every year.
Okay.
Knowing that when I then withdraw from it, I have to tax it. But the same thing applies to your pension. That pension as well, when you get it, you have to tax it as well.
So was the tax factored in your
No,
calculation?
No.
So
in
the number
in your
reduces
money,
drastically.
In your money of how much you need, you have to already say, I'm looking at tax will be part of this. You have to think of from the start.
So my question is along the line of this health insurance, private and public. So I got this financial guy talking to me. I'm not convinced, and I think maybe you could help me here. He said that one thing I can do is I'm single. I can take advantage and switch to private. I don't have health problems. But my partner could stay on the public. So what I mean, basically I get my money back, and then I can use that money to create like some portfolio. But there is this warning, there's this dark cloud that, hey, once you get out of public, you can't go back. And I think it's something that even, not just for me, but I've had conversations with some people, it makes them, like it seems reasonable to do, to go into private and get some money and put it in your portfolio, But it just kind of makes people not want to take that plunge because you can't come back. finality.
So what is the question?
So my question is, what do you advise?
I really can't advise, apart from to place the factors in front of you. The way I look at it, personally, is that if I take that plunge, I'm trading my health for money. And it's a choice I can make.
But Jesus will take care of us. So.
That's fine, which is a fact as well. So that's why I say I would say that I won't do it. But it's a financial decision that you can make and say, okay, I'll trade the risk that I require it later on. Because worst case scenario, all that money you said you clawed back, it can be spent on an health situation down the line. So,
but considering the situation in Berlin or in Germany, where it's very difficult for public health insurance holders to get appointments, like if you go on doctor leave,
you don't have to convince us. The truth is this is a choice before everybody. The attraction is there with the risk that it carries. Okay. I won't do it.
So I want to ask, how much does house geld? I mean, so looking forward to retirement now, and you are at 65 now, you've paid the mortgage. I'm thinking, how much does, you still have to pay some money, right? So I just want to...
maintenance.
Yeah. How much does it come to in
Depending
a month?
on if you're in a, say you live in a, and you bought it.
Yeah.
A typical Wohnung in Berlin today, you will have a house get of like maybe 200 euros or something, but most of it will cover already your water bill and things like that. If you live in a house, it's all in your hands. You can decide no more shower in this house, lock the water.
Then one last question is, you said something about this Zusammenversammlung for a tax payer. Oh, yeah. That someone is paying tax 3 and another is paying tax 5, and then in the eyes of the government, you are considered as one person. How does that work? Can you explain more about it?
You have to use a Steuerberater for that, who then does a tax return and officially applying to the government that these two people are applying for Zusammenveranlagung. That is, we put them together as one. So if you don't, automatically each person will be on their own.
So you can't use all these tax fakes or...
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if you can. I see what you're saying. Eh? It has partners, but it will also just help you to choose class 3 and class 5.
But it will also now ask you, at least when I at the end, it will ask you, do you want to fight it together?
Ah, okay. Okay, so I don't know if it does that proper Zusammenveranlagung for you.
Okay, thank you. One question. Very dodgy, yeah. So if you have a job and you have like maybe I don't know tax 3, tax class 3, and you want to be a bit dodgy, and then you decide to take a second job outside Germany and put it in maybe TransferWise. The salary goes to TransferWise, and then I'm asking this as a question, and then you take that salary to put it in ETF, maybe Trade Republic or SC or T212 or something like that. Now, you've in a way evaded the tax 6 class that would have been if you had that job in Germany. So I don't know, maybe you can just comment a little bit on this.
If you have any income from outside of Germany and you're a tax resident in Germany, the finance act begins on the premise that that income will be added to your taxable income in Germany, unless you can prove that the country where you got that income, you pay tax there, number one, and number two, that country has a Doppelbesteuerungsabkommen with Deutschland. So that is that they have this, what is it in English now? Yeah, double tax treaty. So meaning that if you pay tax there, you don't have to pay with me. So there's a list of countries that Germany has that abkommen with. If where you earned is on that list and you can prove that you pay tax in that country, then you're fine. However, if you don't fulfill those two, the day they catch you, and they will, you will be made to pay all that tax.
Okay.
And then what happens also, and I've seen that with Trade Republic, where Trade Republic says, and this happened to me last year or 2 years ago, we suspend your account until you can prove where the money you put there comes from.
Okay. Okay. Follow-up question is follow-up. Okay. So if you're looking to own a business, right, and you said a one-man business is like you're working till death, right? Now, if you own a business, is there really a point, say you want to move from maybe CEO to chairman level, is there really a point where you actually stop being involved and then you are just, launching in Maldives and you're still
Your business is good enough that you can employ people to run it, pay them, and still be profitable, then why not?
And you are not working anymore?
Yes. If that business is that good, that you can pay people that can run it properly, and there's still money left, then you have become CEO.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so my question is about the taxes that you pay on stocks, capital gains. And you mentioned that if you sell at a loss, it's going to be offset. But what if it's at different periods? Say, for instance...
As long as it's January to December of a year, it's the period is January to December. So if you make a loss in December, and you make a profit in December, and you then make a loss in January, no.
Oh, okay. So it has to be within the current...
Exactly. January to December is the period.
Okay. And also, the 1,000 euros you said, it has to be refunded. It's not at the beginning.
No, at the beginning of every year, you will then, like what I've done in Trade Republic is to say, automatically every year, pull my full 100% here. So every year at the beginning of the year, they will apply that 1,000 to my account. But I could have said I only want half of it or none of it here. So when I apply it to Trade Republic, I can't apply it to any other thing.
Yeah, what if they're already charging you? Because Trade Republic right now, they're already charging me the capital gains tax by default.
Yeah, you can still go. If you go today, say you've already paid like 200 euros, let's say in tax, and you go there today and you now say, for this year, I put in that 1,000, your tax will be refunded.
Oh, okay. I think it's actually increased to 2,000, but I need to cross-check.
No, 2,000 is for two people. It was 800 euro until last year. Last year it became 1,000.
Yeah, I think God is saying something about
Yes, God is saying something. You need a second person.
I have two questions. So, Palumi asked three. So the first question is about the tax on stocks. I don't know, is there a difference between, because there's one I used to know of that if you don't, if you put your money in stocks and you don't, when you have profit, you don't sell, within 1 year.
If you don't sell it, you don't pay tax. Even if it's increasing, you don't pay no tax. The day you sell it is the day you make the money. So they don't tax you because your stock value has increased. If they tax you and then it goes down, what happens? Only when you sell. The moment you sell is the moment you make the profit. That's when tax becomes, you become liable for tax. So if you don't sell for 20 years, you don't pay any tax for 20 years. Okay. And what that does to you, to help us think about it, is if I keep my portfolio and I become a proper long-term holder, I don't sell anything. So I keep it there. What I'm doing is all my increase, instead of paying it in tax to the government, I will still pay it one day when I pull it out. But today, I am borrowing money from the government at 0% interest. Because instead of paying it to them, I'm reinvesting it. And it keeps working for me. And they can't charge me interest for it until the day that I finally sell it.
Okay. The second question, there's something called renting luke, like loops in your pension.
It's the same thing I said.
No, I'm going there. So, for instance, for some of us that maybe came from Nigeria to this place, some people do something like maybe while I was, I think from the time you left secondary school till the time you got your first job, they can actually pay you in Germany. For instance, maybe I got my first job at maybe 24, and I came to Germany at maybe 30. So they can pay me pension for the last 8 years. Do you think that's advisable? Can you do that?
Okay, it's not that they pay you pension. What it means is they are calculating your working years based on if you have been working. I think my wife had to deal with something like this where you go back and you prove where you've been from this time to this time to this time, and that's all going into calculating how many years of work have you done. But they are never going to pay you for money that didn't come to them. What you get from them is what you and your employer put inside the place. So it only goes into the calculation of how many working years have you had, which is a factor in that calculation, but not that they will start paying you for what you've not worked.
Thank you. I've got a question, comment, and maybe clarification. The question is, what's your opinion about fixed contracts? Like contracts from O2, Saturn, where it doesn't change. It's probably 3 years. The amount is submitted from the start. So
Fixed contract as in the phone or the...
I want to get a laptop for 1,500 euros, and it's a fixed contract. So why should I pay 1,500 now when I can split it over 3 years? Maybe a little.
You know my opinion.
Well, so it doesn't change. I mean, I was going by the idea of if I'll be paying interest rate, which is cumulative.
Oh, you think you're not going to pay interest rate because it's fixed?
No, I mean, once 30 times the price, the breakdown of every month, which is.
No. So if the price is 1,000 today, and they tell you you have a fixed payment over the next 20 months, calculate it. It's more than 1,000. So, it is more. You are paying interest. Why would they just dash you money? So there are times when they say 0% interest. Come and buy this chair at 0%. So if that's what you're talking about, that means, oh, I don't pay any interest on it. But what you are doing to yourself is this. You are living today, tomorrow. You are living tomorrow, today, rather. Yeah, the fact that you can't pay for it now means you can't afford it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Well, something like a phone or a laptop. I really need it to work, to do personal things.
You need it. Listen to me. If you can't, really, if you can't pay for it, you don't need it. If you can't pay for it, you don't need it. Go and get a second-hand one. Go and get a rundown one. Go and rent one for that period that you need it quickly. I'm serious about it. It's a mindset. If you can't pay for it, if you cannot pay for it, you don't need it.
The second one. So last year I did my tax.
Please, let's keep one room, please.
When I was keeping the tax fix, there was no church tax. Tax return came back, they took into tax. So does that apply to what you just said? I have to.
Yeah. So in your records with finance arms, they don't just take what you put in. In your records with them, you are registered for church tax. So even though you do your tax fix and you don't put it in, that's you. They will put it in.
Okay, so I was thinking, was it because I don't know where I had this one. So I added my tithe history.
No. It's you are registered there as you are liable for church tax.
But we read the tithe tax return.
As a church? Yeah. No, we don't. It only goes to the Catholic Church and the Evangelical Church.
Like I can pay tithe in the church and tax is asked for those kind of things. Is it advisable?
Yeah, you should. So everybody here who tithes here, at the end of the tax year, you can get a Spende from us, which you can give to your tax man, and it does your calculation, and that becomes a deductible for you, for sure.
So my tithe here and the government evangelical share, whatever.
Different story. Different story.
Okay, so this one just.
So for everybody that does transfers, things that we can prove that you send money to the church, because we have the status that we have, we can give you a Spende, which becomes tax deductible for you, for sure.
Okay, so I don't know if it's graceful, but I was once on that public health insurance. I went to private and back to public, so I don't know if there is a
way that you can come back.
Well, I know I can go and I'm back in public.
Okay.
Maybe people can help. Last question.
Yeah, come.
Just a quick one. So if I'm on a private insurance and my spouse is on a public insurance, the children are not mine, and then I
They will be under you.
Or they'll be under me because I'm on private.
Because you are on the person on the government one is a better place you want to put your children. Because if you put them under the private person, the cost thing you're trying to save is gone. They will calculate for each child separately.
Yeah, so my question is that if I lose my job,
You are the one on private or?
Yeah, I'm on private. My husband is on public. If I lose my job today, do I go under him or?
I don't think you'll be allowed under him, except for what Peter is saying.
How do I pay for my private insurance?
You cannot pay. You cannot pay.
So I'll be insurance.
You'll be owner versicherung. That's not good, my sister. It's not good.
Put our hands together for Pastor. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, it's time to round off for today. And my advice is that we've had a lot of things since yesterday, and it will be good for us to start implementing them. It's a lot, and what will make Pastor happy actually is that we start to put them into practice. So, for example, this is January and you don't have a budget, I would advise you go and do a budget. I have my to-do, so it's not just for us to hear everything. Let's just put some things down that we can start implementing. Yes, at the beginning, yesterday, we did expectation. We have another, is it up? Yeah, we have another mentee now, which want to compare our expectation to what we experienced. So please, let's just go to mentee. Let's do it fast. We have 2 minutes to do that. While we are on that, please, if you've learned something during the course of this seminar since yesterday, and you want to share it with the church tomorrow, please just see me immediately after, or you can see Taiwo. So we just need 2 people that want to just a summary of what you've learned and how this has been a blessing to you. Yes, please, are we on mentee now? Please, let's be fast. I expect everybody to be there now. I think the mentee is about your expectation 1 to 5. The lights. Let's put off the lights. Sorry, camera people. I'm disturbing the flow. You can just show maybe the logo or something. So are we there? So I believe the mentee is about your expectation 1 to 5, right? Yeah, so let's do that. Yes, I believe that's all. Any other thing? Okay, let's see the results. This 17 over. Do we have a place for comments, particularly for people without that put 4? Okay, so yeah, I believe this is good. 17 over 21. That's 1.0. Let's put our hands together. Yes, I believe that's all. Taiwo, any other thing? So thank you so much. Like I said at the beginning of this is a total package. It's going to continue tomorrow, and tomorrow will be the grand finale. So please, let's make sure we are here tomorrow by 12 p.m., and please let's come on time. Thank you. Yeah.